can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Or pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just entertainment, at the same time edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope track. I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they need venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep to me just relax, just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope track. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. In the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's Friday, May 29th, 0858. Central European time, and that makes it 02:58 in the morning Eastern Standard Time, America. What's up, y'all? Back at it again, and shit, man. Yo, every time I try to find something good about this moment in time, change is good. Change is good. I mean, I don't know how many of you thought things were just fine the way they were. Yeah, things were better. The way they were, things were better. You know what I'm saying? Things were better. I don't know. It's always subjective. It depends on who you're talking about, where the circumstances they're in, but for me, I gotta say, I definitely don't like what Trump has brought in. I could have used something better. And instead I got something worse. Right. Yeah. And so there's a lot of people like myself that wanted something better, of course. Yeah. Because what the hell, I mean, let's just be reasonable. Look at my portfolio. Look at my resume. Yes, I have been saying my entire life and adult life that, that things need to be better. Yes. There's nothing wrong with saying that. That's what democracy is. People complain about the shit they don't like and say, make it better. That's what progress is, making things better. But we got something worse. And we got something worse. Now, it is subjective. There are some places on earth that like Trump and like the situation, like the fact that Trump is the president, because let's be real, there's been a lot of people that have been given opportunities that they wouldn't necessarily have also under Trump, right? And that's just because Trump doesn't give a fuck, man. Trump will pull back soft aid from areas on earth, and if 100 million people die or 1 million people die, Trump doesn't give a fuck. If Trump stops aid in a country that needed aid and people die, there's a lot of people, let's say 100,000, let's say, 200,000, let's say 300,000. There's a lot of people that don't give a fuck. They're like, well, shit needed to change anyway. Okay, fair enough. But I'm not one of those people. I think that there's better ways, more nuanced ways to progressively change without just openly killing 30. What the fuck is this? Hitler thought he was for the good also of humanity. I mean, did you know that? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's always an argument that people make who commit genocide. That argument's always being made. Isn't this what Peter Thiel and them are making? They haven't come out and said it, but it sounds awfully like it. Same type of theories. So I'm not for this kind of erratic, extremist change, where anyone can die at any time, and some rich guy's just sitting back saying, oh well, had to do it, got to clean up the species. I mean, I'm not with that. And I'm also not with this Mao thing where it's like kill 1 million Chinese just to make the country one. No, not necessarily. I'm not with that too. Maybe that's something that's normal conceived of back then. You know what I'm saying? Back then, maybe. But I don't think that shit is normal today, man. We're supposed to be much more intelligent, much more detailed, have a massive knowledge of how things work across the universe. And so this kind of bullshit, I'm not with it. But in any case, you do have to accept change. There's no way you can escape it. And whatever change we're embarking on the change together, no matter if some have it harder than others. You know what I mean? It's still going to be change. And no matter how it turns out, it's still going to be change. Well, having said that, goddamn, did you know that Trump, this is the latest news, not Trump. Goddamn, I was about to blame Trump. I'm about to blame Trump for every fucking thing. But you don't know. It's his best buddy. Trump's best buddy, Putin, just launched attacks against a NATO nation, Romania. If I have that right, let's take a peep and see how that sounds.
Evaluarea riscurilor și protecția populației. Ministerul Apărării Naționale menține permanent legătura cu aliații din NATO pentru monitorizarea situației.
I don't know if you understand that, but I understand some Latin, and he just said NATO territory. Listen very closely. He's speaking Romanian, but Romanian is if you know Italian or Spanish, you can hear when Romanians are speaking too.
Evaluarea riscurilor și protecția populației. Ministerul Apărării Naționale menține permanent legătura cu aliații din NATO pentru
You hear that? You hear that? Din NATO? That's NATO.
evaluarea riscurilor și protecția populației. Ministerul Apărării Naționale menține permanent legătura cu aliații din NATO pentru monitorizarea situației.
NATO territory. So he said NATO territory. So there it is. So NATO territory has been struck by Russia, y'all. As of the middle of the night tonight, maybe, this must have happened like 4 hours ago. So this was 3 a.m. Central European time, maybe between 3 and 4 a.m. Central European time, roughly. And so that means that was about 9 p.m. U.S. time. So some of you all have heard about this. I was knocked out. I was dead. I was like this, having a good, deep sleep. Thank you. I really enjoyed that. I needed that. But while I was sleeping, this is what was going on.
Pe flancul estic al NATO. Vom comunica transparent toate concluziile investigațiilor imediat ce acestea vor fi disponibile. Vă mulțumesc.
Bună dimineața. Sunt Major Bogdan Toma, purtătorul de cuvânt al Departamentului pentru Situații de Urgență. Și voi începe și eu prin a transmite însănătoșire grabnică celor două persoane rănite ca urmare a situației de urgență ce s-a petrecut în cursul acestei dimineți în municipiul Galați. După cum bine știți și așa cum a precizat și domnul general, instituțiile noastre colaborează foarte bine și îndeaproape, astfel încât încă de la ora 10:50, Inspectoratul pentru Situații de Urgență al județului Galați a transmis, ca urmare a informării primite din partea Ministerului Apărării Naționale, un mesaj de avertizare prin sistemul RoAlert pentru populația din zona vizată. Din nefericire, 10 minute mai târziu, o dronă s-a prăbușit pe...
So it's some drones, some drones hit. I guess that's what I heard the word drone too. Damn, I'm actually, I'm impressed with my language understanding, I didn't understand all of it now, but I could make out bits and pieces. So let's see, there's more. Let's see here. There's more.
A shocking drone attack has rocked Romania near the border with Ukraine, raising fresh concerns about regional security and the ongoing conflict in Eastern Europe. According to Romanian emergency authorities, a drone struck a residential apartment building in the city of Galati during the early hours of Friday morning. The city is located close to the Ukrainian border, an area that has remained highly sensitive due to nearby military activity linked to the Russia-Ukraine war. The drone reportedly hit the 10th floor of the apartment building, triggering a powerful explosion and a major fire. Officials stated that the drone's entire explosive payload detonated on impact, causing panic among residents and sending thick smoke into the sky. Emergency response teams quickly arrived at the scene as firefighters battled the blaze and evacuated people from the building. Around 70 residents were safely evacuated while authorities worked to contain the fire and secure the area. Romanian officials confirmed that 2 people suffered minor injuries during the incident. Thankfully,
let me see. Eric said, isn't that a war crime to go after citizens? It is a war crime to go after citizens. It is. To go after civilian population. It's not citizens. Oh, civilians. Yeah, I'm sorry. To go after civilians, it is a war crime. Now, of course, they're going to claim that, oh, no, it's not us. They're probably going to blame it on Ukraine, right? I mean, isn't that what Putin does? It's because his sycophants they have that in common with MAGA. That whole manosphere, crazy fuck world that don't give a fuck about women, don't give a fuck about girls being raped. I mean, they have that in common across the whole world. Wherever you find these Putin sycophants, that's what they believe in. Lying openly, repeatedly, gaslighting, raping and pillaging, women not having rights, you know what I mean? And ethnic minorities being fucking exterminated, regardless of what color they are. It could be a black motherfucker that's like, I'm going to exterminate some black people today. It could be a white dude that's like, you ethnic minorities, we're going to exterminate you. The xenophobia is crazy. They have that in common. But look, let's continue.
No fatalities have been reported so far. The fire was eventually brought under control after emergency crews spent hours managing the dangerous situation. Authorities have not yet officially confirmed the origin of the drone, and investigations are currently underway. However, the incident has already intensified concerns over the risks faced by countries located near the
I can already imagine a Putin sycophant saying some shit like, well, if NATO hadn't encroached on the USSR, if they hadn't encroached on it, then this would have never happened. I mean, isn't that what they always say? Oops, this is NATO's fault again.
the Ukraine conflict zone. Romania is a NATO member and shares a border with Ukraine, making any cross-border military incident extremely sensitive. In recent years, debris from drones linked to the war in Ukraine has occasionally been found in Romanian territory, increasing fears that the conflict could spill beyond Ukraine's borders.
Right. So, yeah, there's been a lot on that. Let's see. I think there's going to be some response now from some other NATO reps. So let's see what Midas Touch had to say. I believe they mentioned something here in their reporting.
Breaking news alert. Romania, a member of NATO, has been attacked by Russia. Let me repeat that. Romania, a member of NATO, has been attacked by Russia. You can see the images right here of a Russian drone attack that struck a residential building in Galati, Romania. According to reports from the scene, we're also hearing from Romania's defense ministry confirming the same. And as of now, Donald Trump and the United States have gone absolutely silent about this attack on Romania by Russia. The last post that Donald Trump made was about 8 hours ago when he posted, "These fountains haven't worked in decades." Okay. And then about 22 hours ago when he posted an
Hey, look. Check this out. These motherfuckers, man. Somebody in the chat said NATO did encroach on Russia. Now, listen, man. Listen. I'm just gonna tell you. Jeffrey Epstein, okay, sex trafficker extraordinaire, rapist of little girls, was down with Putin, Russian government operating on U.S. soil. They were down with also Israel. Man, listen. This bullshit, you're not going to get me with anything about NATO encroaching. Russia is a failed fucking country with a dictator leader. What are you talking about encroaching? It's falling apart. Of course, every time someone breaks off from Russia, they want to blame it on NATO. Fucking people don't like it. Russia became the biggest country on earth because it colonized its fucking neighbors. Yo, get over it. Stop. What the fuck is these people talking about, man? Like, I swear, man.
Image of the reflecting pool that he keeps on talking about over and over again. Romania is a NATO member state, and initial reports sadly indicate that many people were injured, including several with serious injuries, after this Russian runway attack drone impacted the building in eastern Romania overnight. You can see right there, Romania borders Ukraine, Moldova.
Okay, so look, if Russia bombs your fucking family's house today, is it NATO's fault? This is just ridiculous. If Russia bombs your family, is it going to be NATO's fault too? I mean, you can't blame NATO for everything. That's childish. You see what I mean? And that's all you Putin sycophants have been doing the whole time. What you do is you say, okay, fair enough. Putin, it's okay for Putin to lie. It's okay for Putin to send 100,000 Russian troops to Ukraine's border. That is okay. Then it's okay for Putin to say, everybody, you crazy if you think we're going to invade. Then it's okay for Putin to say, invade, and then invade. And you will still try to say all of that is someone else's fault. Get the fuck out of here, man. If someone comes and kills your family, it's your fucking fault then. Okay? How about that?
Moldova, Slovakia, Hungary, Serbia, Bulgaria. You see its proximity to Ukraine right there. I want to show you the video footage coming in right now, showing the moment that a Russian one-way attack drone struck this apartment building in the Romanian city of Galati. Here, let's play this clip. Here's some video of wreckage found at the site of the drone strike tonight at this apartment building in Galati in eastern Romania, which injured several citizens. And again, this appears to confirm that the building was indeed struck with a Russian Giran 2 Shahid 136, as OSINT, open source defender, discusses. Here, play this clip. You can see right here in this next video, fire and rescue services rushing to the site of this Russian drone attack on the residential building in Romania. Let's play this clip. Show you more footage right here as these reports coming in of several people injured, some very seriously, following this impact of the Russian one-way attack drone on this residential building in eastern Romania. Now, Romania's Ministry of Defense has confirmed that a one-way attack drone entered Romanian airspace during a Russian attack, they say, on Ukraine that was being tracked until it struck a block of residential flats in the eastern Romanian city of Galati. 2 F-16 fighter Falcons with the Air Police Combat Service took off at 1:19 from the 86th Air Base in Fetesti prior to the impact, supported by an IAR-330 SOCAT helicopter of the Romanian Air Force, with the aircraft pilots being authorized to engage targets the entire time they were in Romanian airspace. As this additional account, AMK Mapping, explains this. Take a look at the video here. It appears to be a Russian Giran 2 or Jabrera drone striking this high rise. This is around 13.5 kilometers from the border with Ukraine. So not too far, but not like right there. Prior to the attack, air raid alerts were issued in parts of Romania due to the drone incursion into Romanian airspace. At least 2 people were injured, 70 others evacuated from the building where a fire subsequently broke out. Romanian authorities say they are investigating it, but you just see right now the statement from Romania's Ministry of Defense right there. Yaroslav Trifimov explains, Russia may not have intended to hit Romania, but in planning its attack on Ukraine, it doesn't mind if Romania gets struck once in a while, calculating correctly so far that there will be no price to pay for it. Dr. Malcolm Davis writing, at the very least, this must activate NATO's Article 4, but it's serious enough to potentially trigger Article 5 in terms of additional NATO forces deployed forward to strengthen Romania's defense. A failure to respond would invite further Russian attacks right here. And just a quick reminder, Article 4 of NATO is the consultation provision. Article 5 activates the official defense, joint defense provision, but we'll see if Article 4, this consultation, is activated. The text of Article 4, the parties will consult.
I mean, if you ask me, you know what I'm saying? I would never trust Putin. This could be, again, just like Trump's, you got to remember, Trump and Putin are obviously working together. Last we heard, Trump talks with Putin every 2 weeks. That's the last thing Trump has said, pretty much. So you can't trust what's going on here. It's the same thing with Greenland. You can't trust. It's the same thing with Iran. You can't trust. This is likely, because Putin is very weak inside of Russia, this is likely an attempt to just try to put the ball in NATO's court again, to say, now you make a mistake, so I have legitimacy, so I can say, see, it's your fault again. You make a mistake. See, that's exactly what we're talking about. And it's no different if we're talking about this comment. Don't worry. I generally, if you're not cursing, I don't block people, if unless you're making personal attacks. I don't block people for their opinion, but listen, let's keep it real. What is this guy talking about? This somebody said, go back, and no, I'm not avoiding it. Your comment. I'm running a show, dude. Do you see a production staff here? This is me doing this. Okay, I have a lot of buttons I have to push. So I'm not avoiding your question. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing my show. But listen, so DA says NATO did encroach on Russia's 2007 Minsk Accords were broken by NATO. Even here of the Minsk. Look, there's no written. There's no accord. This is some shit Russia is like making up, the Budapest. I mean, listen. That was in any case, if you want to use that's in 2014. Minsk agreements, Minsk in 2014 to 2015 were peace protocols to intend to end the conflict in Donbass. There wasn't a treaty. Goddamn. And then this is in 2014 and 15. Do you understand the problem started before that? Like, goddamn, what is it about? And you're talking about a treaty. Ukraine had a memorandum, an actual real document, okay? And the document was about something serious, nukes, okay? And that was following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Ukraine possessed the world's third largest nuclear arsenal. Maybe they should have just bombed fucking Putin's home and said, oops, sorry, didn't mean to do it. Oops, I did it again. Just a mistake, in order to become a non-nuclear state and join the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, Ukraine agreed to transfer these weapons to Russia. So why is Putin still crying this? You're encroaching on me. You're encroaching. Oh, no. I'm a little bitch ass. And anything you do, I'm going to blame it on NATO. Somebody broke my eggs this morning. It's NATO's fault. My dog shit on my carpet. It's NATO's fault. I mean, come on. And again, you don't have perpetual blame rights. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, look, where did the perpetual blame rights come from? Like, you get to go back to the beginning of time and say, oh yeah, some dinosaur came and it scared my ancestor. My ancestor with hair all over them. The dinosaurs came and scared them, and therefore I've been scared. Somebody's going to attack me. Come on. You know what I'm saying? You don't have forever blame rights, and just even if you are going to blame, make the shit make sense, at least halfway make sense. This whole agreement, people breaking off from Russia is because Russia collapsed. Okay, now who are you going to blame that on next? You're going to so that's going to be someone else's fault. Look, here's the thing. Leadership can't continue to make fucking excuses about why it doesn't work and why someone else is always to blame. Don't you know that's what scammers do? Scammers always blame someone else for their failures. You see what I'm saying? They always do it. Now within reason, sure, there could be always someone who's not perfect or who does things that are bad, but you can't do it for 100 fucking years. Like, keep saying NATO. That's fucking 1950s, dude. It's 1926. This ain't the Cold War anymore. Like, get over it. Russia is not the same. They don't represent the same thing they did before. It's finished. It is finished. Now it is just a defunct state owned by a fucking madman, run by a few group of people that oppress everyone else in the country. And if you ever try to go against them in any kind of election, they will kill you. That's what's going on here. Okay, that's what's going on. So that state has a military that just bombed, a NATO territory. You see what I mean? After it's been conducting hybrid attacks for the last 5 years at least, hybrid attacks, causing fires, causing sabotage, sending drones to, spy, you don't know exactly inside of NATO territory. I mean, come on, yo, you can't play stupid. At some point, they got to take accountability for their actions. It's just that simple.
Together,
and not just them, anybody.
Whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of the parties is threatened, and this allows any NATO member to request formal consultations in the North Atlantic Council if they perceive a threat. It triggers discussion, information sharing, and potential joint planning or non-military measures. It doesn't require the military action of Article 5, but it's the precursor to Article 5, of course. Now, one of the things we've been reporting here on the Midas Touch Network is that the battlefield from Russia's invasion has been dramatically changing lately. We've seen Ukraine, a very successful counteroffensive, Ukraine taking the initiative and gaining territory. We've also seen Ukraine drone strikes reaching deep into Moscow, hitting the Moscow Oblast, hitting oil depots and other critical infrastructure used by Russia's military. Then we've subsequently seen Russia respond by telling Marco Rubio, United States Secretary of State, to evacuate any United States diplomatic interest in Kyiv, saying that Russia would be striking Kyiv very hard. We saw in the past few days Russia indeed shooting Orishniks, using the Shahid drones, using other ballistic missiles to strike at Kyiv, particularly civilian areas in Kyiv as well. And Russia says they intend to escalate that in Kyiv.
I just really have to show some of y'all the chat that are watching on TV or some shit, or those of you that see the chat. It's so funny. Someone says here, propaganda of genocidal team of the West, America using a descendant of a slave. You see their playbook. It's to try to trigger people. You know what I'm saying? Like they think this tactic works over and over and over. So they want to blindside you with slavery. But listen, do you support reparations? Motherfucker, like, who are you? Is there anything on your page? Who are you? You calling me a descendant of a slave? Okay, right. Okay, I got you. But does your page show anything about who you are? I mean, who are you? What's your background? You know, what are you a descendant of? You see what I mean? Look, the page is from, what's the year of the page? The person says, this is them, 2021. 5 years on YouTube. You know, is this person's name really Adeboye Balogun? Is it, or is that just some fake ass troll name? You see what I'm saying? Like, so in any case, I don't know what makes you think being a descendant of a slave is any different than you. What are you? You see what I'm saying? I mean, was slavery just only Africans? Okay, who are you a descendant of? You goddamn slime ball. Who are you a descendant of? You know what I'm saying? Where's your ancestry come from? Show some of it. Show your face. Hop on up. Where's the goddamn link? I want to talk to this person. You know, because don't get me wrong. You know, I've heard these these arguments. It's all the time. You know, it can never be right or wrong. You can never discuss right or wrong. You can't say this group did something wrong. It has to be polarized Cold War comments only. It's either East or West. No middle powers. Just East or West. Cold War. China and Russia, good. West, bad. Nothing changed ever. It's like, God damn, man. Don't you see the world is progressing? Don't you see the world is changing? You can't have the same arguments. Look, the link is in the panel. The link is in the chat for the panel. You can hop up. You can speak. Let people know who you are and what you sound like. Let's have a real conversation about this. If it's got to get personal, if it's got to be about the descendants of slaves, got a perspective. You know, the descendants of slaves supposed to defend who? Putin? We supposed to defend Putin? We supposed to defend Russia? Is that what you mean? You mean Russia owns the descendants of slaves? We owe them something? No. Fuck no. Absolutely not. I don't owe anybody anything. I owe humanity something, and that is being a decent human being. I don't owe anybody else something about slavery, you jackass, or my fucking freedom. You know what I'm saying? My ancestors fought for their fucking freedom. Who the fuck are you? Maybe you owe your freedom to fucking Russia. I do not. Get it straight. God damn, those comments are weird, man.
But earlier today, we saw major Ukrainian drone raids into southern Russia with Flamingo heavyweight cruise missiles mixed in. Russian channels were reporting that the Flamingos are heading into the Volga River Valley. Also, you see this photo right here today, the aftermath of a Ukrainian mid-range drone strike on a pair of Russian fuel tankers traveling on the critical R-280 supply route deep behind the front line. The pair of burning Russian tankers managed to block the highway. You see that right here. Notably, when it comes to Romania, Romania is firmly aligned with the West, European Union, NATO, ostensibly the United States, although the U.S. has turned its back on NATO and the UA and not Russia. It's a strong NATO member on the eastern flank, bordering the Black Sea and Ukraine. It's consistently supported Ukraine against Russia's invasion while criticizing Moscow. You remember we covered the race of their president, Nicolas Dan, independent centrists elected in May 2025 in a runoff against the far right, more Putin-aligned George Simeon. Remember, we covered that here. A lot of young voters voting for Nicolas Dan, more pro-European Union, pro-West, pro-Ukraine. That was a big election. And Romania, core member of NATO. Earlier today, Zelensky was giving a speech where he was meeting with Sweden, and he talked about how diplomacy right now cannot stop Russia alone. We have to stop them with our long-range sanctions, meaning missiles. Here, play this clip.
I believe they must act quicker. We are being very persistent. We're asking it very persistently. Winter's ahead. Russia, as of now, diplomacy cannot stop Russia. We are stopping them with our long-range sanctions, and we very much ask our American partners to help us with allocating bigger number of anti-ballistic missiles, PAC-3 missiles, or give Ukraine licenses so that Ukraine can increase this capability on its own and provide help to other countries. In June,
and then we heard from top Russian military generals early today warning for foreign ambassadors to leave Kyiv. We're completely serious and deliberate. The strike on Kyiv that Russia warned about could be carried out at any moment. Although we saw this strike right here in Romania. Former Europe Army Commander Ben Hodges talked about the recent change in dynamic on the front lines. Here's what Hodges had to say. Let's play this clip.
You notice the tone from the president has changed recently about Ukraine, how Zelensky's not such a bad guy. We actually kind of get along, and how impressive it is that Ukrainians are fighting like crazy, because he can see finally what everyone else has been seeing is that
yo, I see you, Kev, dog. Bro, I don't understand, man. It is shameful to, I don't know, in my view, to be have African descent and to be giving someone else credit for my people's fucking freedom. Like, I just don't get that, bro. I don't get that. Listen, there's a lot of dynamics to it that are there. There's a lot of dynamics at play, but giving credit for deeds and things like that, okay, but owing people perpetually throughout spaces of time, like, no. I'm sorry. What was Russia yesterday is not Russia today. It's just simple. You know what I mean? And people have to recognize that. You can't. And even the old Russia wasn't fucking innocent. You know what I'm saying? The old Russia. A lot of people don't know this. Let's keep it real. Russia signed the same Berlin Conference treaty to colonize Africa that the other colonial nations signed that Russia claims is different from. It was in on the scam too. You see what I'm saying? So it's very simple. So people that don't know that are just idiots. They're just idiots. Secondly, a lot of people think that Russia hasn't colonized people before or had anything to do with slavery of the same colonial conquests that were going on. Sorry, you just have to read. Russia was negotiating between other colonial nations that was arguing over slavery. Russia was like, whoa. You guys don't need to fight each other. Just make a deal, man. You take this many slaves for this amount of sugar cane and blah, blah, blah. Seriously, that's what happened. I'm serious. The only reason why Russia didn't have big presence in Africa and colonizing is because of where they're situated on the map. That's it. But they would have liked to, and they tried. They were like the first, one of the earliest groups to even go to America. They just went to the Pacific. And what did they do? They started off trading just like other Western colonial nations. They started off trading, and then they started committing genocide against the natives. Yes. Did you know that? Why didn't you know that? Why don't you care? Why don't you care? You Russian sycophants, man. Why don't you even care? So it's not about recognizing the few good things and that people do. It's about recognizing why they do it. You see what I mean? And don't be a fool to this type of Russian propaganda. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about excluding anyone else from whatever they participated in. No, if you participated in these acts, it's already spelled out by the UN. Those were crimes against humanity. Some of the worst crimes against humanity ever known. But to try to make it seem like Russia is an innocent player in colonization or gave a fuck about people, man, you out of your goddamn mind. No African owes a Russian anything. Okay, we fought for our freedom in different places, period. And we will do what we have to do to get our freedom. We will align with anyone. It's our own thinking that matters on that, not someone else's. You see what I mean? So in any case, let's go.
Ukrainians are smacking the Russians, and the Russians are failing. And so now he's trying to sort of change his tune a little bit there as well. So that's who we're dealing with.
And as the study of war talked about,
okay.
Russia's war.
Oh, I see you, DA. Okay, well, come on back then sometime. All right, hop up anytime.
War in Ukraine no longer a stalemate. Kyiv is now calling the shots. George Barros over at the study of war says that we're in a new phase. The new report shows how Ukraine is actively challenging the positional character of the war that has dominated the battlefield since 2023. You'll recall last Friday, when there was that big NATO summit, Marco Rubio, the NATO summit was first, it was going to be in Ankara, India. It was going to be in Ankara, Turkey, but this was held in Sweden in advance of that. You had Marco Rubio saying that the U.S. would stop getting involved in any peace discussions between Russia and Ukraine. Here's what he had to say. Let's play this clip.
Yeah, the peace negotiations on Ukraine under American leadership. Let me just say, we got involved, okay, because we were told we were the only ones that could do it. We were the only ones that the Russians and the Ukrainians would talk to. So we got involved. They were not fruitful, unfortunately. That's the play. We stand ready to continue to play that role, despite leaks that are not true, despite stories out there about us forcing the Ukrainians to take this position or that position, which are not true. If we see
that's despite taking a weaker stance than Biden and Kamala Harris had on the situation,
an opportunity to pull together talks that are productive, not counterproductive, and that have the chance to be.
I mean, just let's keep it straight. They reversed U.S. policy on Ukraine. That's what they did. In the middle of a war, they just said, oops, sorry, we can't help anymore. We out of here. Bye-bye. Where is that fucking fair? Where is that right? Who the fuck is going to want to work with the U.S. when you do shit like this, Marco Rubio? You see what I'm saying? The answer is nobody. The answer is nobody wants to work with the U.S. when you do things like that and you stand on it and try to fucking scam-splain it. You know what I'm saying? What do you call this? This is treasonous. Treason-splain. This motherfucker is treason-splaining, right? He's treason-splaining. You know, this motherfucker turned tail and ran. This is turn tail and ran-splaining. Listen to this shit.
Let me just say, we got involved, okay, because we were told we were the only ones that could do it. We were the only ones that the Russians and the Ukrainians would talk to. So we got involved. They were not fruitful, unfortunately. That's the play. We stand ready to continue to play that role, despite leaks that are not true, despite stories out there about us forcing the Ukrainians to take this position.
He got the nerve to talk about untruths. He works for fucking Donald Trump, and he's like, despite the leaks that are untrue. Man, leaks that are untrue. Trump is the leak. He's the leaky faucet and shit of untruths. This motherfucker is gaslighted everyone every second of their life. Anyone who's alive right now on Earth is getting gaslighted by Donald Trump and shit right now. And this guy works for it. His job is to make it look normal and shit.
Position or that position, which are not true. If we see an opportunity to pull together talks that are productive, not counterproductive, and that have the chance to be fruitful, we're prepared to play that role.
Look, are you a member of NATO or not? A good opportunity is when Russia hits NATO territory. Romania, are they in a war with fucking Romania? No. Is Romania a NATO nation? Yes. Is Ukraine a NATO nation? No. So at what point is it your business? You see what I mean? Like, and I'm gonna tell you, this is just totally abandoning the region, right? Because here, the truth of the matter is that the U.S. at the very least could easily and more efficiently provide aerial, make sure that the fly zone is safe, that there's a no-fly zone there, that none of that shit could happen. They could easily collaborate and get this job done more efficiently, right? Why? Because they have NATO partners. So that means they can house their equipment safely. They can house their pilots there safely. They can house their personnel there safely and cheaper. You see what I mean? Because they already have the infrastructure there. Now, this dude is acting like he'd rather be involved in fucking around in the Straits of Hormuz, where your equipment is not safe, where you can't just house a bunch of military members. It's not working out. Where you see what I mean? Like, this guy, he got it all backwards. He's missing the invitation. He's missing the invitation, man. It's crazy. NATO guy missing the invitation.
Well, there are no such talks occurring at this time, but we hope that will change, because that war can only end with a negotiated settlement. It will not end with a military victory by one side or the other, at least from a traditional standpoint of how military victories are defined. So it will have to lead. And if we can play a role in making that happen, the president is very much interested in doing it. We just, over the last few months, just sort of sensed that there wasn't a lot of progress being made. But maybe dynamics will change. And if they do, we stand ready to play whatever constructive role we can play. If someone else would like to handle it, they should. But it doesn't appear to be anybody else in the world right now.
Yo, he said if someone else wants to handle it, they should. Actually, they are handling it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's crazy. Look at his face, too, when he says that little smirk. Boop. Where's he from, by the way? Where's Marco Rubio? Is he a descendant of where? Let me see. Is he Cuban? Let me see here. 2 seconds. Let me just pull this up. What is Marco Rubio's background? And I'm doing this because Trump makes people's backgrounds a big deal today. We need to know your ancestry. We need to know if your ethnicity passes the ethnic scale. Okay, because of MAGA. That's something MAGA wants to know. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to review why MAGA wants to know that. It's absurd, but U.S. history is a mother. Let me tell you, because at one point, these guys were being called wetbacks and shit like that, by the KKK. Now this motherfucker has joined them. Marco Rubio is the current United States Secretary of State, having been confirmed. Oh, goddamn. Family background. His parents worked in the service industry. His father was a bartender and his mother was a housekeeper. That sounds like sellout. He's selling out for the elite. I mean, I've heard this story before. During his childhood, his family lived in Las Vegas for several years, returning to Florida. Educated, graduated in South Miami. Graduated in South Miami High School in 1989. He's my age. Look, close to my age, maybe 1 year younger. He attended Tarkio College in Missouri on a football scholarship. This motherfucker went on a scholarship. Why don't you just fucking pay? Just work hard, man. What do you need a scholarship for, man? You mean you got it for free? You got aid? You got help? Why? Okay, now, no, I'm just joking, y'all. I'm just saying, because he works for an elitist. Trump is an elitist. You see what I'm saying? So, transferred to Santa Fe Community College. Community college? Why didn't you go to one of the private schools that everybody in the United States can afford if you just worked hard enough? Why didn't you do that? God damn. Okay. He went to earn a Juris Doctor degree. What? In community college? Interesting. Okay. Now, let me see. Where's his? I want to know his ethnicity. What is his family's ethnicity, and when did they come to the USA? Let's just get straight to it, because this is what MAGA people like to talk about. Okay, Marco Rubio's parents, Mario, big up to Cuba, by the way, Mario Orales Rubio, Cuban immigrants. So his parents are Cuban immigrants. His parents were Cumish, Spanish, and Italian descent from Cuba. Okay, remember that. Remember I said sellout. Okay, Rubio's parent immigrated to the United States in 1956. So, damn, man, they weren't even in the country when my dad was born and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? My dad was already probably had his first goddamn job and shit already. You know what I'm saying? Goddamn. They moved from Cuba to the U.S. during the regime of Batista. Yeah, okay. So they ran from Batista, huh? Why'd you do that, man? You should have stayed and fought. Why didn't you stay and fight, man? Look, approximately 2.5 years before the Cuban Revolution. Damn. So, ladies and gentlemen, this man is no friend of... This is crazy, man. That's his background. This is who we're talking about here. So just remember that when you hear his words. So let's go back and listen.
War can only end with a negotiated settlement. It will not end with a military victory by one side or the other, at least from a traditional standpoint of how military victories are defined. So it will have to lead. And if we can play a role in making that happen, the president is very much interested in doing it. We just, over the last few months, just sort of sensed that there wasn't a lot of progress being made, but maybe dynamics will change. And if they do, we stand ready to play whatever constructive role we can play. If someone else would like to handle it, they should. But it doesn't appear to be anybody else in the world right now that can handle it. So we're more than happy to do that if the opportunity presents itself to have constructive and productive.
So, it's interesting because to me, it seems like he would see the difference here. Dealing with Putin, for example, he knows that Russia is in bad shape. He knows that Putin is a dictator. He knows that. So why doesn't he want to run over? And that's what I'm saying. If he left, but he left during the Batista's rule, he fled Castro's rule. His family did, right? So where is the issue here? I don't get it. Putin is helping. You see what I'm saying? Putin is helping Cuba right now. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're doing it out of goodwill, but let's just examine how he flip flops on that and shit, right? Why wouldn't he use the U.S.'s power to put down a dictator? You see what I'm saying? And he's not willing to support Ukraine in doing that. That's what I'm getting at. He's not willing to support Ukraine. Of course, it's not his choice because he's a bitch ass and he works for Trump. But that's what's going on here. Let's just make it clear, right? That's not a long span of history. That's just 50. If we want to talk about the Cold War, it's no longer than that. This is the span of the Cold War. All of this has happened in the span. Talk about a memorandum. What the fuck? This dude is a walking memorandum. All right, here we go. Now let's continue.
We're also not interested in getting involved in an endless cycle of meetings that lead to nothing.
And a reminder of all of Donald Trump's lies when he promised he would end the war in 24 hours. Let's play this clip.
Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
And here's what Mark Rutte, the Secretary General of NATO, had to say last week at this initial meeting of NATO. Let's play it.
Ukraine is putting up a strong defense. And when you look at the front line at the moment, it is stabilizing. There are even reports that Ukraine is in net terms regaining territory. Not massively, but at least it is stabilizing. And potentially even moving now in the right direction and not any longer in the wrong direction. So from the west to the east and not from the east to the west. And this is amazing. And this is what the Ukrainians are doing. And the Ukrainians have been incredible ingenious in terms of their ability to innovate. And this is one of the things we are learning all over NATO from Ukraine. For example, when it comes to the drone warfare and the anti-drone technologies. This is why we have JTEC, this joint organization in Poland, where we capture all the lessons from the war so that we can figure them in the NATO plans. So I would not be too happy if I was Putin today, but I was never happy if I was Putin, but particularly not the last couple of weeks because things are not going in the right direction.
Well, we'll keep you posted about if Article 4
Yeah.
is being
Okay. So, that's what's been going on with that attack today, or that strike in Romania. Yeah, unfortunately, a drone hit Romanian soil, right? And it's not close to the border. It's some distance from the border. It's not like on the border in a few feet. Let me just, to wrap that up, let me just see how many feet that was. The strike. Let me see how many meters it was, or feet in the territory. I'm just curious. Okay, it says on May 29, 2026, a Russian drone involved in an attack on Ukraine infrastructure near the Danube border. That's interesting. Danube, okay. Crossed into Romania airspace and struck a 10-story residential building. Right, so this is inside. Now, regarding the question of if it traveled, how far it traveled into the territory, Romanian Ministry of Defense and official tracking indicates that the drone was detected entering Romanian airspace from the direction of the Ukraine city of Reni. I know already Russia is going to be like, it was Ukraine who did it. The distance between Reni and Galati is approximately 21 kilometers. So it's about 13 miles. So this is quite some distance inside of Romania. You know, this is further than I'm in Copenhagen, right? In Copenhagen, Frederiksberg area, right? This is further than even the airport. And, you know, and the airport is at the end. It's the opposite direction, southeast somewhat, right? It's the opposite the furthest you could go southeast. And I believe it's southeast or east, one of them. But yeah, it's right at the bridge where you cross over into Malmo, Sweden. So it's the furthest direction. That's not even 13 miles. That's not 21 kilometers. 21 kilometers is well over twice that distance. 13, god damn, this is a long way, yo. This is not close. Let me tell you, driving in a car, if the roads are accessible and pretty direct, this is going to take you 21 kilometers. This is going to take you about 45, 50 minutes drive in a car, yo. Something like that. Yeah. Something like maybe 35, 40, maybe 40, maybe closer to 40 minutes. Yeah. So it's not that close. So people need, you know, as a reference, you need to understand that that's not really the border, yo. That's not really the border. So this is not a small little mistake. This is a big happening. Yeah, let me see here. Now let's move on. Now today's program, there's a lot of news, but I wanted to cover a few other things first. I wanted to get into some of the ridiculousness that I didn't have a chance to get into yesterday, which was about the U.S. and about some of the racism. And there's some points that people don't understand. I noticed that there's a lot of people. I had someone come on my page, and they didn't understand this one short video that was there that was going over the history of the KKK. And when you go over the history of the KKK in the U.S., you're going over the history of racism in the U.S. and what it was about, how it was defined. You see, and so there's a lot of immigrants from Europe that moved to the United States that were completely unaware of the actual history. So in that, because they don't know the history, they don't understand the situation of African Americans. They don't understand why they talk about reparations. They lack in context. And also, they don't understand how these same groups actually hated many European descents also. And not that long ago, they would be out there marching against immigrants. You know what I mean? And it is interesting. And so this is what you need to know. I noticed there's some MAGA people that get they get triggered when you say racism, right? And so they don't like it. But here, let's just observe a little of that and then go over some background things and then get back into the politics, because it has everything to do with the politics of today of MAGA. What you're seeing in the U.S., this pro-Putin USA, is connected to these theories too. It's all connected. The racists in the U.S., right? The Nazis or Nazis or fascists in Russia, right? They don't like ethnic minorities. You see, you just got to keep it plain. And this is why groups keep breaking off from Russia, because they realize they can, because some groups in Russia just won't keep it fucking real. Now, these groups in America, they decided, let's hook up with Russia and let's attack the West. Let's attack other NATO nations. And this is, you got to understand, this is what it is. This is what it is. I mean, you are seeing it. It is being documented. They have come and preached to the Western world. They've come and preached to Europe, told you the theory about it, right? This is what they claim. They claim that because you're having certain ethnic groups coming to your countries, that, oh, your civilization is falling apart. This is what J.D. Vance said. And then what they do, they did it inside of the U.S. They scapegoated a lot of immigrants. They scapegoated them into politics, and then they went out to hoard all the wealth and not help any poor white Americans. None. No poor and middle class white Americans who voted for Trump got any help from Trump. What they did was they scapegoated the immigrants, used the racial issue, and then they robbed the piggy bank. They robbed the future bank. They robbed people's future. They robbed their kids' future and their grandkids' future. That's what they did. They hoarded all the wealth. And Hitler did the same thing too, which is why it's scary, right? But just to contextualize it, right? And it's terrible. It's a terrible politic, but it is the politic that you're seeing right now. It is what you are seeing happening on Earth. Everything that is changing is connected to this directly. And there's really nothing anybody can do about it except observe it, understand it. And then after you observe it and understand it and discuss it, then you have some way to be able to deal with it. But if you don't know the history, you can't even discuss it properly. Right? So let's go.
Dang the fucking minorities.
This is a photo of the Ku Klux Klan marching in 1924 in New Jersey, protesting the immigration of people we now refer to as white. Same folks he's talking about in that video. Last spring, my daughter and I went on a field trip with another homeschooling family to Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty. That Ku Klux Klan photo was hanging at the National Immigration Museum on Ellis Island. I was really fascinated by this section in the museum that had political images. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, illustrated weeklies such as Puck and Judge were a major forum for political debate. I found this cartoon to be so fascinating. Let's get into it. Here we have this Uncle Sam-like figure doubling as the Pied Piper. And notice that his little flute says lax immigration laws. This Pied Piper is luring rats to the United States. Let's check out the rats. Thief, firebrand, white slaver, degenerate, bandit, convict, murderer. You get it, they were sending us their worst. On the shore, we have the politicians, elite or aristocracy from the origin nations, happy to see America take these rats. Let's check out what countries they represented. Greece, Turkey, Austria, and Hungary. Italy, Germany, Russia, and France. So people coming from what we now refer to as white nations were perceived as a criminal alien infestation. So now back to this anti-immigration KKK march. Here's the KKK literature of the time. Let's see what they were upset about. The American working men, the backbone of this nation, cannot rest securely when confronted with the ever-increasing swarm of ignorant immigrants, weak in mind but strong in back. American laboring men must be alive and alert to this danger which threatens themselves and their homes. Sounds familiar, right? So then they go on to complain about Mexicans and Chinese people. But here's where it gets interesting. Here, they say that people from Vienna, Berlin, Rome, and Moscow are taking jobs. They describe people from Ireland as coming and just bringing trouble with them. Then they describe people from Czechoslovakia, Russia, Poland, and the Balkans as pauper undesirables. Just to make sure we're on the same page here. 100 years ago, when my grandfather was 19 years old, the KKK was marching up and down the streets in protest of the immigration of people who now believe that their whiteness is real, pure, and superior. The majority of the people protesting black and brown and only a generation or two away from being lynched or having a cross on their front yard. One of my favorite content creators put it this way.
White supremacy was not created for white people. White people were created for white supremacy.
Right. So that is some serious context, and it's real. The concept of being a person called white is a construct. It's a political construct. It's not something that has existed throughout the beginning of time, throughout history. It doesn't even go back that long. You see what I mean? And it has been weaponized. It's been mechanized more recently than what we think. So, and it's the same thing about black. To be honest with you, these people didn't see themselves as one people. Duh. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth of it. And we're not talking about one people back in history. We're talking about one people just fucking 50, just 60, 70, 80 years ago in America didn't see themselves as one. They've never seen themselves as one people. So the construct, the racial aspect to the politic that these MAGA people bring is complete, utter fucking ignorance. Like, it has no place in these times. It has no place. And you got to understand that, like, it is tiring, to have to explain this to people, but it has no place. And so when you make fun, when you people don't understand, right, what an African American is talking about when they're talking about reparations, listen, it's not something, it's not about a handout. It's about standards and reality. Okay, this construct in the United States was created and mechanized against different groups of people. And you have to be willing to understand the history of the U.S. for you to be able to know what to do about it, to how to handle it correctly, And unfortunately, there's a lot of Americans that don't know anything about the history of the United States of America. I mean, there's more history. There's also colonial history. That was just this thing about the Ku Klux Klan and talking about immigrants. That's recent. That's the turn of the century. That's after the turn of the, you know what I'm saying? This is after the turn of the century. After the turn of the century, after the 1900s began. You see what I'm saying? But that's not colonial history. Colonial history, they were fighting against each other also. You see what I mean? So it's important to understand this in the context. All right. Now, let me just play this video real quick because there was someone that came in this short and you can see the comment. Look, I'm going to show you the comment first. This is the comment. Look, sometimes I wonder, look, huh? Right. And then someone else writes, I don't even know. Look at this. So this is Dead Man Lives. Black Americans should sue Africa for selling them to white people. You see where the context of this is again? You see what I'm talking about? How ignorant it is, right? Africa is like one place. You just sue Africa. You just sue the whole continent. Okay, thank you. That shows me how much you know anything about slavery. But on top of that, it's a response to this video and the Jan 6 thing. Now, listen, there might be a lot of people that think they are for this payout that are descendants of these very immigrants that the KKK also hated. So let's just peep this. Let's just peep it. I'm just saying it's worth knowing. It's worth thinking about.
Anybody but black people. In 1862, it paid reparations to white enslavers here in Washington, D.C., but not to the black people they enslaved. In 1892, it paid reparations to Italian Americans for a lynching in New Orleans, but not for the...
You see, 1892, right? So you could kind of put that, of course, it doesn't, you don't have the Ellis Island thing, but this precedes it. So Italian Americans, like I told you, they've been hated often. By KKK. They've been talked about, spoken down to. We're talking about the xenophobia, the racism in the United States. Like, they were talking negatively about these people. And it's not just one moment. It's that's 100 years apart. That's not 100 years. That's 50 years apart, these two incidents. You see what I'm saying? 50 years apart. That's a sustained moment in history. You see? So just think about that. You might be one of these Italians that don't know your history, or another person that's related to them that don't actually know your own history. You see what I mean? And it's important to know that history, American history, just like it's important to know any group of people's history before you make accusations, before you make the wrong moves, political decisions, before you align with certain kinds of movements. You don't want to align yourself with a movement that actually hated your people. I mean, can you imagine? Can you imagine living around, walking around there, taking the side of these MAGA people, and then you find out that that everything they believe in goes back to hating you also? Just be cautious. Just be cautious.
Thousands of black people who were lynched. In 1946, it paid reparations to Native Americans for stolen land and broken treaties, but not to the black people whose land was taken by white mobs and urban planners. In 1988, it paid reparations to Japanese Americans for putting them in internment camps, but not to the black people who had been locked up in slave plantations. And now they want to pay $1.776 billion in reparations to white people, including the January 6th insurrectionists. But black people are the only ones who helped to build this country who never got compensated by this deadbeat nation. Those bills are way past due. So pay me what you owe me.
Right.
Don't act like you forgot.
Exactly. Now, people might want to know, what does this have to do with Ukraine? It has a lot to do with Ukraine, and it has a lot to do with these fake allegations of NATO keeps encroaching on Russia. No. The Slavs are leaving fucking Russia. You have to know the history. Just know the history. Know the history. The Slavs are leaving, are saying fuck these people, and they have a history of being oppressed inside of communist Russia. You got to understand that. And also not just communist Russia, Tsarist Russia. You see what I mean? The history goes back of oppressing these groups of people. So even though they might have a similar skin color, they do not see themselves as the same. There is a history of colonialism and slavery right there in your face. So that's what we have in common with Ukrainians. That's what we have in common with other groups of people that broke off from Russia and have said the same thing, but because of your color, someone has whitewashed the whole story. And it's the same thing when they just, because of someone's color, they just blackwash all black people's story or African people's story. You can't just blackwash history or whitewash history. There's details in it. There's histories in it of different peoples inside of it. You see what I mean? And if you're going to be of any good in resolving these kind of issues, you're going to have to learn the nuances. You're going to have to learn it. Otherwise, you will betray yourself. You will betray yourself. So in politics, you will be a living failure. Yes, I'm just saying it for what it is. And I've had to learn, because I'm not perfect. I've had some stupid ideas in my life, but goddamn, at least I'm a grown enough man to have come through those stupid ideas. I understand what it's like to be preyed on by bigots, by people who would like to just use young people. Use vulnerable people. We're no different. A lot of people get used. Look, I'll give you another example by this. A lot of people get used this way, and it's really insane. Look here, listen to this. This is the victim. This motherfucker is a victim right here, and he doesn't even realize it, right? And that's the sad part about it. But let's just listen to this guy. Someone got to his ignorant ass brain and used him. Listen. This is crazy.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. Would like to get to the bottom of that. Barack Obama had big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. Would like to get to the bottom of that. Barack Obama had big part of 9/11.
So you can see this guy. He is disenfranchised. When you don't when you don't know that Barack Obama wasn't the president, so he couldn't be in the office, it means you too are a victim. You are disenfranchised, man. You're no different than the sharecropper in fucking in the 1900s, man. You're no different, man. They got you out somewhere way out of a school, man. This motherfucker should be fighting for universal education more than anyone else, and he's too stupid not to. You know, I mean, he's too stupid to do it.
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. Would like to get to the bottom of that. Barack Obama.
You don't say. I would also like to get to the bottom of that, but you just ain't going. How about vote for universal education? Could you just do that? That might help us get to the bottom of that. Yeah. Why wasn't Obama in the office?
Big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. Would like to get to the bottom of that. Barack Obama.
Yeah. You think you want to get to the bottom of that more than me? Because these people fucking vote, and they vote in large numbers, and I'm telling you, their brain is like putty. Somebody has gotten into it and is like talking, and someone, a puppet master has stuck their hand up their ass and is like controlling their mouth and shit and saying really stupid things. It's like these people are just like puppets. I mean, they have fallen for disinformation, falling for lack of education, because see, lack of education, and I'm not talking about just go and get a degree and then that's it. See, a lot of people think that, okay, you went to school, you got a degree, and and that's it. You're educated now. No need to keep being educated. Wrong. So some Americans, they might have one degree and celebrate that because it takes a breaking an arm and a leg, sweat and tears to get it. But that's not what's going on in every country in the world. Some people have universal education, so they get 2, 3, 4 degrees. You see what I'm saying? Like, and they might get some technical skills and things like that, develop in a lot of different ways. Continuous opportunity to educate and advance yourself, to progress yourself, But that's not what this person has access to. He's an American. He has no access to anything like that. And this is his views. I mean, do you need me to tell you why he blamed Barack Obama? Do you need me to? It's probably because the guy's black and someone told him some racist shit about a black dude in the United States of America. And he's so disenfranchised. He can't even pick up a book, pick up an internet thing, a source. He doesn't have none of it to tell him that, wait a second, Barack Obama wasn't even the president. I mean, it's insane.
Obama had big part of 9/11.
Which part?
He said Obama had a big part in 9/11.
Around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. Would like to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah. So, again, don't betray yourself. And this guy is betraying himself also because, look, not only is he living on a myth of his color, and his ethnicity, his whiteness. You see what I mean? Like, oh, wow, dude, that's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. That's your ethnicity, white. You guys just all got along, huh? But, you know what I'm saying? But it's interesting that he chose Obama. He's pissed off at Obama for 9/11 and shit. He is pissed off at fucking Obama for 9/11. For 9/11. Yeah, man, we got a lot of pain in the United States, a lot of pain. But I hope that this illustrates. I mean, that was pretty fast. And let me move on to the next part of this. To get to the next part of this. Let's peep. Let me see here. Right. The construct. Okay, just for people to be able to have something to go on. And right, Now, for folks that don't know, and they hear a lot that African Americans fought in the Civil War. Some Americans hear that. If you're lucky, you hear it. There's a lot of Americans that don't know that. Look, African Americans have to stop believing and assuming that everybody that's an American citizen knows anything about the fucking the history of the country. It's just not real. That has been failed. Our public school system and our school system, our government has failed the people. They don't know. You cannot assume that they know anything about colonial history in the United States, regardless of whether their ancestors come from the colonial history. You cannot assume they know anything at this point. And even if their families came later, you can't assume that they know anything, because this is a class thing here. You know what I mean? It's mixed racial components, racism mechanized. I hate to say racial because it's not real, but racism recognized, right? And then xenophobia mechanized, right? And classism mechanized, right? Also misogyny mechanized. There's a lot of different things in there. It's fascist. It has an American twist, but it's fascist, right? Now, here is a little something about African Americans and what really happened and what you can really look to. And so you can maybe understand when they're talking about racism, you might be able to connect it to your struggle. Even if your struggle is not racism, it could be xenophobic issues, which is the same thing. They're just sister and brother, racism and xenophobia. It could be some religious oppression that you're facing. You see what I mean? But it's really crazy when you're in your own country and people don't know. I mean, that's a special kind of victimization. When you're in your own country, you've lived through a history that nobody in the fucking country even recognizes or knows, So maybe this will help.
Homage to him. First section of the National Archives, I deal a lot with Civil War pensions and service records. And I also volunteer here at the Fredericksburg and Spotsylvania National Military Park. I came across Charles Sprout's grave in the National Cemetery here. I was inspired to look up his CMSR and pension, and I decided to scan it. A CMSR, or compiled military service record, is a record of somebody's war service. And according to his compiled military service record, he was part of the 1st United States Colored Cavalry. This correspondence came from Charles Sprout's pension file. It describes his death and where he was buried. He is buried at the National Cemetery in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
We're in the far corner of the Fredericksburg National Cemetery amidst the over 15,000 United States soldiers and sailors who are interred here. I think it's very important for us to have someone like Charles Sprout here because he almost epitomizes what the Civil War was all about. He began his life as an enslaved person. He had no rights to citizenship. He was the property of someone else.
He was owned by a gentleman by the name of J. Horse Lacey, a prominent slaveholder in the Fredericksburg area. He may have lived either at Chatham or Elwood, and he would move back near Elwood after the Civil War at a place called Wilderness Tavern. The tavern itself did employ several people, including Charles Sprout as well. He would live there, and then he would eventually pass away in Wilderness Tavern.
During the Civil War, he escaped and gained his freedom. He notes that specifically in his pension file. He says,
now, just to touch on that a little bit, where they say the word escape. Yeah, exactly. So escaping, I just want to make this very clear. African Americans, we don't owe Putin or Russia anything for us escaping these events, because when slavery was happening in the United States, Russia was like a mediator between different colonial nations. You have to understand that, so it doesn't go back this far. You people in the 1960s might want to think that they owe Russia something, but all I'm saying to you is this: don't forget the rest of the history. That's all I'm saying. Like, don't forget the rest of the history, and even outside of that conversation about Russia colonization, who they colonize, this whole idea that they're some sort of counterbalance to the West, or that they're a positive, that they're an ethical, moral counterbalance to the West. That's one conversation. But if you're going to live in the United States of America and claim, to know history, to talk about the forefathers of the United States of America in any way, you need to know these stories also. You need to know that this person escaped. That's not That's not somebody coming there and saying, "Oh, hey, I'll give you your freedom." No, that's called escaping. Okay, that was individual thought that up themselves. Okay, so let's see here.
1861, free. After gaining freedom, Sprout then joins the United States Army. He literally fights for his freedom and those of other enslaved African Americans. After the war is over, he receives compensation from the federal government in the form of a pension for maladies and other physical ailments that he suffered during the course of his service in the Army.
This image is a medical certificate. This will describe Charles Sprout's injuries and his ailments of old age. This is part of the justification for a Civil War pension. Charles Sprout's pension and service record are transcribable. I've transcribed a good portion.
Right. So that's just one example. Then there's other examples, okay, of that history. Just to get through this real quick. Sorry. You need to, if you want to know about these histories, you need to invest some time in it yourself. Right. And that's how it really works in reality. It's not because this is a big part of American history. Right. This is not a thing you do in a weekend. This is not a thing you do in one class. This is something you do to get a master's thesis in, something like a master's degree in African American history. It's a subject on its own. You see what I'm saying? And it covers centuries, hundreds of years. There's some countries that's not hundreds of years old. You see what I'm saying? So you have to put it in context to, if you're having a conversation about, any country, this is a sub conversation inside of discussing the United States. What happened to African Americans and why African Americans discuss reparations often. It's not because we want something for free. It's not because we're beggars of anybody. If you think we're beggars of anybody, fuck you. Like, you are a fucking ignorant person. You think that for the same you think that for the same reason this person thinks this.
Barack Obama had big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know.
Because he wasn't president. And it's basically the same issue. If you don't know, the nuances of African American history and the things that they've gone through, and you actually think that we just talk about reparations just because we trying to take the easy way out, man, you're out of your goddamn mind. Wake the hell up. This is what was happening to us after fucking slavery. They were hanging us for just wanting to fucking vote. You see what I'm saying? They were hanging us. This is Indiana. This is North. This is not even South. So this is across the country where this is taking place. This is not, even just a South issue. You see what I'm saying? And it is what it is. Now, let me see here. That was Tom Shipp. Yeah. And Abe Smith and Marion, right? That happened to them. But there's more. And so you can get the idea of what it looked like. It's actually sad. When I look at some of these photographs, it's very, very sad. Let me see here. But there are things that people need to look at. Now, let me see here. Why is there not more? Oh, right. Look, check this out. I'm sorry. I missed one part of this picture. This is why I brought it up. And then I'm going to get on to the other news. Did I move this correctly? Right. Here we go. Now, I needed to zoom out. This is the part you're not seeing. You see, there's people standing there. There's people here inside of this. This is insane. There's people here, right? This is two people. This is in Indiana. You see, there's just people gathering here. This is what year is this? Let me see. Just to contextualize, 1930. So while people were talking about wetbacks, you see what I mean? And also Italians getting lynched, it's embarrassing to not know these histories, and how open it was, how accepted it was, how normalized it was. And this is in what year? This is 1930. So African Americans didn't get the Voting Right Act. Right? This happened because motherfuckers wanted to vote. They didn't get the Voting Rights Act or wanted to have their civil liberties. They didn't get the Voting Rights Act until 1960s. 30 years later. This went on for a long period of time. This is called the Jim Crow period. This is not the slavery period. This is the period after freedom. So after freedom, this is what African Americans were welcomed into across the country. Yeah. So no African American is playing any games about this. I'm saying not any intelligent one. You know, don't fall for the ignorant ones that don't know enough. You see what I'm saying? Of any people, by the way. But even the intelligent, the most intelligent African American is never going to play a game with this issue. And any African American that's intelligent, that doesn't understand that no, reparations are due and stand firmly on that, is a sellout to African Americans. Clarence Thomas is a fucking sellout. Like, you just got to understand that. And it's easy to understand in the context now when you see all the money he got. Now, when you find out that he never kept it real anyway, just in general about American people, not just African Americans, people, students, he didn't keep it real with. Middle class Americans, white or black, whatever your history is, whether you're an immigrant and your family's been there 2, 3, 4, 6 different generations, whatever, or they've been there longer. He doesn't care. These kind of people don't care, because just the same people that don't care about what Russia is doing to Ukraine are the same people that don't care about this. I'm just telling you. They're the same people, same ideology, they are fascists and they don't realize it, but they are. They want the money and they're willing to do it over human lives. And they don't care if it's women. They don't care if it's Ukrainians. They don't care if it's Jews. They don't care if it's Muslims. They don't care if it's gays. They don't care if it's blacks. They don't care if it's Italians. They don't care if it's Hispanics. They don't care. Period. They don't care. You know, you have to understand that. Like, it's a very special thing. Now, when I saw this photo, it reminded me of a lot, but there's worse photos. I mean, they were going around cutting people's ears off and giving them as gifts. They were taking, this is a postcard. They made postcards, not this one, but they made postcards out of images like this and just sent them to people. Happy holidays. Here's a postcard of a nigga. You know, like, that's what you had. That's what the environment was like, openly. And keep in mind, if it was like this in Indiana, you know it was like this in Alabama. This is Indiana. August 7th, 1930. Yeah. And this is an archive. I'm going to put this archive for people that want to know more in the chat. That's if you want to know more. You know, not begging anybody. Not begging anybody. You can know more if you want. And if you don't, oh, well, that's on you. Nobody has to know about anybody's suffering. Nobody has to know about anybody's history. We can all just stay dumb to it and blind. And when it comes to you, people will just be like, oh, well, don't know what that's about. Sorry, didn't have enough time in class today. Got to go to work. See you later. If you make it. Yeah. And then let's see here. There's also another reference here. You can go to the Jim Crow Museum. These are the type of images from that same period where they were hanging African Americans, right? This is some of the imagery. They had songs about killing black people. You know, ding a ding a ding a ding a ding. We're gonna kill a nigga today. Stay away from our women. Shit like this, you know. Did you ever have a nigga pull a cotton? You know, songs like this. Like, seriously, this is what you had to hear. This is what black Americans had to listen to, had to hear other people partying to. Hey, gonna hang us a nigga today. You know, for after slavery, you know. Yeah, but there's a lot of imagery, so you can go here. This is another good reference if you want to know about Jim Crow. Let me see. I'm gonna put that in the chat too. It's all political. Let me see here. Now, yeah. So don't forget that it's all political. You might think that you're not connected to it, but that's because you're a goddamn fool, and you should never be proud of being a goddamn fool. You see what I'm saying? Like, and it doesn't matter. It should hurt you, regardless of what your color is, or your hair texture, or the color of your eyes, or your gender, or your sexual orientation, or anything. It should embarrass you to be caught out there as a goddamn fool to your own history, to the politic of today. because it really does expose a selfishness. And it's not a selfishness of one group of people. It's a sickness. It's a selfishness that just comes with being human. Sometimes in our conditioning, we just become petty, fucking capitalist and selfish. You know, sometimes we do. I mean, that's just part of the human experience. And when it's there, you just have to explore it and examine it and call it what it is, you know, when you come across it. Now, let's move on. I know that there's some people that don't like this kind of content. They think politics is separate from these kind of discussions, but they're not. You have a fascist government in the U.S. You have MAGA running around saying fascist shit. You know what I mean? Looking for any reason to blame fucking to blame Obama of all people.
I'd like to get to the bottom of that. Barack Obama had big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. I'd like to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Everybody, please go right now and donate. I'm sorry, donate to the MAGA. What is it? The United MAGA College Fund, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Yes, please donate to the United MAGA College Fund because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. I mean, really, you can get caught out there, anybody, you know. And I swear, this guy looks like somebody. Hold on, if I remember correctly, am I seeing this right? This guy, is this motherfucker's uncle? Yeah, what the fuck? Look at this dude right here. They look the same. Evolution has not done everybody well. Look at this dude. They're related, dude. This is the same motherfucker, man. It's facts, man. I thought I spotted him in this picture and shit. Wait a minute. Did I recognize this motherfucker from somewhere? All right. Now, yeah, let's continue. That is fucking crazy. This is insane, man. Yes, the dude look like, I mean, it is what it is, you know. It is what it is, you know. But yeah, we got to have some laughs, you know, to keep people encouraged, you know what I'm saying? Now let's flip over to something that's more recent. Or not recent, but something from the other side of the political spectrum. It's connected, you know. It is definitely connected, and you know, but it's from the sexual deviant side of this. Okay, so if you think there wasn't sexual deviancy going on back not just here, but here, there likely was also, you know. I mean, keep in mind, a lot of these motherfuckers are perfectly happy with women not having a vote. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. I mean, how much rights did the women have over here? I don't know, but you know, that's another conversation to have. But let's peep what is going on here with the sexual shit in the United States.
Trump is going head to head against Rupert Murdoch, refiling a $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal. And front and center is testimony that Ghislaine Maxwell gave to Todd Blanche back in July 2025. You remember that interview where we thought that Todd Blanche was actually acting as Trump's personal attorney and not a representative of the American people, an employee of the Department of Justice? Well, sure enough, a quote from there is right in this refiled complaint where Trump is demanding $10 billion from the Wall Street Journal. My name is Dina Dahl with the Midas Touch Network. Let's get into this. Now, as we know, the Wall Street Journal published back in July 17th of 2025, the very first evidence of this letter, the letter written by Trump in the birthday book. Ghislaine Maxwell had evidently compiled a birthday book back in 2003 for Epstein's 50th birthday. And in it was a letter from Trump. The drawing and the poem that ended with the line written, evidently a script between Trump and Epstein, and the line at the end of it was, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Now, we have not at that point seen this drawing. In September, the House Oversight Committee obtained this book, and we were all...
Do me a favor, everybody, please click the like button. Please click the like button. I appreciate it.
All able to see the drawing and the poem. But at that time, it was just a description of it. The Wall Street Journal, in their article, said that Trump denied this letter, that he said this was not his letter, this was not his drawing. The Wall Street Journal also put in the article that they reached out to the Department of Justice and they reached out to the FBI. The Department of Justice had no comment. The FBI did not respond. And they said they also sent an interview request to Ghislaine Maxwell and didn't hear back. So they went ahead and published the article. And sure enough, Trump went ahead and filed a $10 billion defamation lawsuit saying that they printed this and they shouldn't have, and they defamed him. Well, this was dismissed last month by Judge Gale. This was out of the Southern District in Florida, Federal District Court, who said, you have not even created a reasonable inference that there is malice. You need a standard of malice in order to prove defamation. This was dismissed last month by Judge Gale. This was out of the Southern District in Florida, Federal District Court.
So Judge dismissed Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against Wall Street Journal over reporting on Epstein. That's right. I remember that. Notice how Trump, everything is in the billions. Everything is, because guess who's going to, somehow... Yeah, he just thinks everybody owes him billions of dollars.
Who said, you have not even created a reasonable inference that there is malice. You need a standard of malice in order to prove defamation when somebody is a public figure or it's a public matter. Here it's really both. You're dealing with somebody who's literally president at the time, and you're talking about the Epstein files. So you have to prove that the newspaper in this case either knew what they were saying was false or had reckless disregard to the truth. And at the very beginning of the case, this lawsuit, you just need a reasonable inference. You don't need to actually prove it. You're not going that far along. Obviously, if this goes to a jury, then you're going to have to prove it. But you just have to plead enough facts to get over a motion to dismiss, to have a reasonable inference. The problem is Trump had none of that because the Wall Street Journal did their job. They said that they had reviewed the book themselves. They reached out to everybody involved.
It's interesting here because this runs parallel to MAGA, to this anti-woke thing, how there's all the things they said about wokeism and trying to describe it, how they describe it, when really it's just civil rights, people respecting each other's civil rights, wanting the country to operate as if folks have civil rights and we have equality and, outside of religion, outside of gender, outside of all these things that the country that citizens of the country have had to endure. That's what woke is. And many people have had to endure things in the United States of America. And so to not know that is ignorant. But you can see it in people's policies, because how many people got anti-woke all of a sudden and thought that was a smart idea, and then they find out their ancestors also were discriminated against in some way by the same people that are discriminating against others today. You see what I mean? Don't be the ass. Now, here in this case, it's a frivolous lawsuit. You see what I mean? And that's the same thing you could say about their fight against wokeness. It's frivolous. There's nothing to it. It is just ignorant, make-believe American views. These people believe that their ancestors built the country. There's nothing to do with their DNA. They're just allowed to believe this because of what? Because they're men and because of their color. And then they can just forget the actual real history of the United States, which was a history of many different groups of people being discriminated against. Some of them white people being discriminated against by the Klan too. Like, seriously, this is not the American history is not a history of white people came to America and built it. It's a history of many different people came to America and struggled in it. That's the history. That's the real history of it. And some may have, and some, of course, when the country because of the Pope, which the Pope has apologized for. Because of that, quote unquote, legal doctrine, because the Catholic Church was the law back then, they sanctioned a certain kind of slavery, but they still had oppression against other groups of people too. You see what I mean? And Europeans, even though one group of people, the British may have had been enslaving, or the Spanish may enslave Africans, doesn't mean that they liked all other groups of Europeans. They also went out out to oppress other groups of Europeans. We've already reviewed that in this video. The documentation is there, and there's more documentation. You see what I mean? But when we look at this and how he's filing these cases, it really does rely on people's ignorance for it to go anywhere. And it's the same thing with the MAGA movement. It is 100% relied on ignorance. You have to be ignorant of American history to be MAGA. You just have to be. And to hold up these laws, make excuses for these laws or these actions of this president, you are falsifying history, essentially.
They did enough investigating. So the judge dismissed it outright, said you have not really even have any reasonable inference as to facts, but gave Trump a chance to refile. And of course, Trump refiled.
Yeah. And if the Supreme Court gets their hands on it, they're going to falsify some new history now. They're going to make some new history up. Watch.
It's very interesting, just as a side note, that Murdoch is fighting this lawsuit, as opposed to ABC that settled their defamation case. CBS, as we know, was trying to get their Paramount deal. They sued. Meta sued. Whether or not Trump thought that Murdoch was just going to hand him some money or not, Murdoch did it. He fought it and he won. So Trump is resuing $10 billion, the same amount he actually sued the American people for. He seems to like that number, even if there's no factual basis for that number. So in this lawsuit, this new complaint, he brings in a detail about that Todd Blanche interview of Ghislaine Maxwell. As we know, they were very happy with what Ghislaine Maxwell told Todd Blanche, because she was sent to that very cushy prison where she got a lot more benefits after that interview. Trump quotes from that interview where she said that she had no recollection of whether or not Trump sent in a letter to that birthday book. And he says in this refile complaint that she said it under a penalty of perjury to a federal officer. Of course, this federal officer was Todd Blanche, who has been Trump's personal criminal attorney, who was Trump's attorney during the defense of the civil case of E. Jean Carroll, which of course now we see the Department of Justice even looking into criminal charges against E. Jean Carroll, despite the fact that she beat Trump twice. This Todd Blanche, and also the fact that we know that Ghislaine Maxwell has perjured herself before. But regardless of all of that, it actually means nothing in this case, because whether or not Ghislaine Maxwell said something about that letter after the article was published has nothing to do with the publication of the article, because it's at the time the article is published what information they knew about it. The fact that she said to a federal officer after the fact means nothing, except this is more confirmation of what we all thought, that Todd Blanche hurried up and went and interviewed Ghislaine Maxwell about a week after that article was published, about a week after Trump filed it, and collected some evidence.
Basically, it's collusion. It's collusion, and this is this is collusion in front of the American people, and it's really not going to go away. And it's worse, but at the very least, it's collusion. It's crazy. It's crazy.
That Trump then used in this lawsuit. We were all wondering whether or not Todd Blanche was acting in our interest or not, or whether or not he was acting as Trump's personal attorney. Those actions seem to be more about Trump's personal attorney. Certainly what we've seen Todd Blanche do with that IRS $10 billion lawsuit, where he hasn't filed one motion of defense, but allowed a $1.776 billion settlement fund to appear. He has a lot of actions where he seems to be acting as Trump's personal attorney. But the timing of that interview and then the use of a statement made to now try to get money. Biologica
money. That is crazy. And it is always going to be that.
He won't. He certainly thinks that people in the past have not stood up to him. Also, interestingly, another fact in this complaint that was not an initial one is he says that he called Murdoch and he said, this is not true. Like, basically, you cannot publish this. And let's just take a step back here for a second. The fact that you have a sitting president of the United States suing a private publication at all for defamation is in itself so anti-democratic, because we need robust reporting to have somebody who has the power of the presidency behind them try to intimidate a publication and is in itself just exactly.
Welcome to Russia. Welcome to Putin's USA. And yeah, Russia doesn't have a problem with any of that, yeah. And this is what you got to understand, because that is exactly how things get done in Russia. Intimidation. You're not going to have free media. There is no free news reporting. None of that. You're not going to run against the regime in any kind of election. And if you do have a sizable amount of people, you will be killed. Very simple. And this is what Trump is trying to turn the United States into. And there's a lot of people that still don't get that they are in the line of fire too. It is not just, the ones you've been told, it's not the people that are, necessarily the first targets that end up being the biggest targets. You got to understand that, like, African Americans are a minority, a big minority. We're a significant minority, but 40 million. What is it? How many? Damn, this is embarrassing, because I should know how many African Americans. How many African Americans live in the USA? Yeah, let me see. Or population. What's the total population? Let me see here. I'm just curious. All right, 49 million. That's it. That's 13 to 14%. That's it. That's it. So we're a small minority, our ethnicity. You see what I mean? We're a small minority. So we're smart enough to know that this type of machine, it might start somewhere, but it's not going to end there. You see what I mean? And there's a lot of more people that should be worried about this that actually voted for Trump. Like, let me tell you, regardless of your ethnicity, if you are poor, you're in trouble. If you are poor, you're on the extermination list. You're on the extermination list. It doesn't matter what your color is. If you are poor in America, you are on the extermination list. If you are middle class, you are going to be pushed more towards being poor. That's what's going on right now. And and it's only going to, for the people that might have $1 million or something like that, you're going to watch your family members who don't have $1 million be treated like shit. It's coming. If this is not resolved, it's already happening in different ways, because if you're middle class and you're poor, your wealth, your future is being stolen from you right now. So that's affecting you. You would think that people that have maybe $1 or $2 million in your family might care. But if they don't, maybe it's that capitalistic concept in that independent, view where it's like, well, I got mine, you got to go get yours, got to get mine, you better get yours type of mentality, that Clarence Thomas mentality. And a whole lot of other people
expect the protections of the First Amendment to be. But this is what he does. Sitting as the president, he calls up this owner of this newspaper and says, basically, this isn't true. Don't publish it. And evidently, Murdoch, according to this complaint, says, quote, I will take care of it. And Trump says in the complaint that he had a reasonable, it was reasonable for him to assume that this would not get published. First of all, this has nothing to do with whether or not this was malice. Trump had already told the Wall Street Journal, the press secretary had already told the Wall Street Journal, his lawyers had already told the Wall Street Journal that this wasn't true. That is not enough to not publish an article because, again, nobody is usually going to admit if a story about them that is bad is true. So their own denial is not enough if the investigation shows the reporters and the newspapers enough to believe it is true. So Trump saying that he spoke to the owner and the owner said, I will take care of it, was somehow evidence of malice. That is not evidence of malice. So both of the new facts that he puts in this complaint, Ghislaine Maxwell's statement, Rupert Murdoch's statement, neither one of them help his malice claim. Perhaps they are both meant to be a PR strategy because, of course, this is now out into the American public. Perhaps this is meant to intimidate Murdoch, certainly meant to intimidate other newspapers and other news outlets. And let's talk about the dollar amount because he says that he has been damaged, that he needs the $10 billion. And he specifically says he has had reputational damage. I don't see how it's possible.
How's Trump's claiming he's got reputational damage? Yeah, he's claiming he's had reputational damage. He hung out with Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years while this dude was assaulting and pimping out and videotaping little girls and boys sleep with rich people. That was Trump's buddy, the guy he partied with. And he's claiming his reputation is spoiled? Okay.
Possible for him to have reputational damage. Here is somebody who on tape talks about grabbing women in their genitals on Access Hollywood. In his own words, this is somebody who has lost the civil lawsuit to E. Jean Carroll, where a jury found that he was liable for sexual assault. If he were a regular person, his reputation around sex and women would be very bad. He could not prove any kind of damages even close to $10 billion. Even if he could prove malice, he doesn't have this sterling reputation.
And you know what's funny about Trump? We're going to move on. But you know what's funny about Trump? He doesn't care what you say about him. He only cares if you have money and you say it about him. So if you're poor, you could say anything you want. It could be the truth. Look, Sasha Riley is he's on the internet and he said so much about Trump. He has said so much about Trump assaulting him. Sasha Riley, the veteran, Afghanistan veteran, who says that when he was a young boy, Trump, between the ages of 8 and 12, Trump sexually assaulted him and Epstein and a whole crew of people that they had going to these sex parties. Yeah. And Trump didn't sue him. Trump has just said nothing about him. And this guy has given so much detail, that corroborates other victims' details. It's not like the FBI is really trying to do anything with these witnesses anyway. They're not trying to interview most of them. They're not even trying to gather any cases. They don't care who they say did anything. They're just avoiding them, right? Which is telling, But Trump doesn't care. If you're poor, if you're one of these victims, you could say anything you want. Trump doesn't care, anymore. It's out. The shit is out of the bag. Now, what he might try to do is threaten your life. But he's not going to sue you because he knows you have no money, But in any case, on to the next shit. It is still Epstein, though, and it is
the former Attorney General,
more of the victims. More of the victims.
Bondi will be in the hot seat tomorrow, set to face questions from the House Oversight Committee as part of their ongoing investigation into the Justice Department's handling of the release of the Epstein files. Bondi herself had faced serious criticism from outside and inside the Trump administration for her role overseeing the document release. It's seen as a key reason President Trump pushed her out of the job. Now, tomorrow's meeting is a culmination of a huge effort by Congress to get her there. She was initially subpoenaed, you'll remember, to appear in April. Then DOJ argued she no longer needed to appear after she was ousted from the AG job. Tomorrow's deposition, it will be transcribed. She will not, though, be under oath. Joining us right now is Marina Lacerda. She is an Epstein survivor who says she was just 14 years old when she met him. She was identified as minor victim 1 in the 2019 federal indictment against Epstein. Thank you so much for being here. Kind of wondering just how you're feeling after, a whole lot of lead up and effort and fits and starts to get Bondi to sit before this committee in a real way and face this deposition. Kind of, how are you feeling about this?
Good morning, first of all, and thank you for having me. I think it's been such a long road at this point, and we are truly frustrated, and we are thankful that she is coming in, but we would like for her to come in under oath and testify. That would be, ideal here. So it's it weighs out. We're frustrated, but yes, we feel like, we're taking a step forward to maybe accountability here.
Yeah, she will not be under oath. It is still a crime to lie to Congress. So there is that, of course, right? But what would you hope to hear from her, especially after it has been such a long road, after the documents have still not all been released, and kind of the mess that we have seen of victims identified and high-profile names being redacted that many see many.
This is another betrayal here. When I see this myself, I see two things. Number one, there's a person. Just think about this. This is MAGA. Pam Bondi is MAGA. She is MAGA, right? Now she is claiming. Oh shit. Let me see here. She is claiming to be MAGA, claiming to get rid of all the illegals, claiming this and that, claiming anti-woke. You woke people are the problem with America. You anti-fascists are the problem with America. You anti-fascists are socialists trying to destroy America. She's part of that whole scam, right? That they sell to people. But at the same time, she does not care about victims of sexual assault, victims of crime, heinous crimes, in some of the most heinous crimes in American history that have gone on. She doesn't care about an attack on the United States of America, because this is obviously espionage. This is an attack by foreign nations on U.S. soil that killed and sexually assaulted and pimped out, sex trafficked little girls and little boys for decades. So just keep in mind her anti-woke status, her anti-immigration status is there also with her phoniness, right? It's right up front. It's juxtaposed with, at the same time, she doesn't care about victims of sex trafficking. She don't want to hear from them, doesn't want to interview them. Open and shut case, say no more. So you see, this is what you get. This is what the anti-woke movement is. It's fake. It is phony. It is a total distortion of American history. It's a total distortion of what America it is to be an American. It's a total distortion of our people, of our nation. It's an abandonment of our nation. It's just totally anti-American. That's what it actually is. Every time they get a chance to side on the side of right and defend Americans, they side against Americans and attack and abuse Americans. This thing about the victims, they avoid doing anything. No justice for these victims at all. No justice for the American people, because the American people deserve to know what congressional members, what senators, what Supreme Court justices, and what presidents are being blackmailed. We deserve to know that. That affects our daily life. That affects our entire country. That affects our military. That affects our security. That affects our finances. That affects every single thing about our life. But they're not willing to do a damn thing about it. So let's just keep that in mind when we listen to this phony ass lady. She doesn't want to come to court and testify. She's a goddamn attorney general. She was an AG. And her punk ass doesn't want to fucking testify. So again, doesn't believe in the American system of justice. She don't want to testify in front of Congress. It's like, come on, lady. That's the least you could do. Phony ass people, man. And you pay her check. You are paying her check right now. Your broke ass is paying her check. Instead of paying for your kids' school tuition, instead of paying for your somebody in your family's medical issues, and healthcare, we have to pay for her fucking healthcare and her kids to go to school. We have to be concerned about her life, and she's not even in the slightest concerned about yours. It's pathetic.
Viewed as
It's pathetic.
not needing to be redacted now.
Yes, and we understand it is a crime to lie, but we can see that people are committing crimes and no one is, being held accountable for it. So it's kind of, we're very confused here, right? But, tomorrow we want to understand what happened inside the DOJ with the redactions. Why names and photos, information of victims revealed while names of those who were exploited are redacted? It is very confusing for us. This is not a hard job. Why are there numerous investigation leads not being investigated? We have so many names. I mean, people have been asking for names. We have all these names in the files. Why aren't we taking a step forward? We need to, take a step forward into accountability and justice here. And I think that it's very important, not only for the survivors, but for the American people.
Yeah, a real concrete step forward. I think you guys have been asking for that for quite some time. I was thinking back to when Bondi testified publicly back in February. There was this moment when Congresswoman Jayapal had asked survivors in the audience to stand and raise a hand if they had not been able to meet with the Trump administration, and asked if Bondi would apologize. You were among them. And afterward, you had said that Bondi dehumanized you and other survivors. And I was thinking, she was Attorney General then. She's no longer in that role. Do you think that could perhaps get something different from her this time around?
To be honest with you, I don't think things will be honest. I think she is very much protecting somebody, and that is the next question that we also have. Who is she protecting? She is no longer, in the position that she was in, but we do feel that she will continue to protect whoever she's protecting, which we may know who it is. But I don't think things will be different. I think tomorrow might be even something very quick. I think she may that she was in, but we do feel that she will continue to protect whoever she's protecting, which we may know who it is. Feel that she will continue to protect whoever she's protecting, which we may know who it is. That she will continue to protect whoever she's protecting, which we may know who it is. But I don't think things will be different. I think tomorrow might be even something very quick. I think she may not even sit through the whole thing, through the whole hearing. We are just really, really hoping that she will come on tomorrow and
so tomorrow is today. Am I getting that right? Is tomorrow today? I'm just, hold on. It's not. Yeah. It's tomorrow today. Yeah, that would be the 29th of May, right? I believe that's correct. And let me just double check that. Is Pam Bondi? Let's see what day it is. I'm just curious about that. She is the 29th before the House Committee on the Oversight of Government Reform. This session is related to an investigation into Department of Justice handling of the files associated with Jeffrey Epstein. According to reports, this appearance is being held behind closed doors because she's scared as fuck, as a transcribed interview because she doesn't want people to hear her voice. When people get shaky, right? Instead, you have to read it like, what I meant to say is, you're going to have to read that. This is some bullshit, man. She don't want you to see her eyes when she's lying. You know what I'm saying? Man. Lawmakers are seeking information regarding decisions made during her tenure as Attorney General, particularly concerning the administration's management of the Epstein files case. Yeah, so that's today in the U.S. Good luck with that. I'm not really sure how that's going to work out. There's too much scamming going on in the U.S. right now. It doesn't seem like it seems like there's so much scamming. People can't really put their how can I say this? their teeth into it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the hard part right now, it seems like to me. I mean, if you ask me, but in any case, let's hear some
Pam
more.
Bondi will be facing serious questions when she meets with the House Oversight Committee behind closed doors about the Epstein investigation. A Democrat on the committee says it will be transcribed, but has called for her to testify under oath and on camera. My next guest has made the same plea to Republican Chairman James Comer. Joining us now, the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, Democratic Congressman Robert Garcia of California. I'm wondering what the pros and cons are. We know what you would like to see happen. Why do you think that's important? And what's the argument you're getting from the chairman?
Well, the chairman hasn't actually addressed it. Let's be clear. There is no reason that we should not videotape the entire transcribed interview from the former attorney general. This is an incredibly important moment for the Epstein investigation. Pam Bondi has a lot to answer for. Why are only 50% of the files released? Why were the names of survivors, as we know, doxxed and really put in danger? Many of them were put in danger during this process. Why still has there been no real information about the president's name, which was put in and then removed, and files were moved around? There's so many questions for the attorney general. And this idea that Republicans don't want to release the interview as an actual video to the public, which they of course have done on all these other interviews recently, is crazy. And it really leads to this idea of a massive coordinated cover up. We're looking forward to the interview, but it needs to be
as a what?
Recently is crazy. And it really leads to this idea of a massive coordinated cover up. We're looking forward to the interview of a massive coordinated cover-up. We're looking forward to the interview, but it needs to be released to the public.
Well, while you're advocating for it to be on camera, we've seen Pam Bondi, let's say, contentious in live settings when the cameras are rolling. And I just want to remind folks, here are some exchanges from her last public congressional hearing.
Why?
I have asked.
Didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am reclaiming my time, and when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady is reclaiming her
I'm not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're gonna answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous. Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed. There was one redaction out
Where
of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you in. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician.
So I think it's fair to say not a lot was learned. Do you have any hope, any expectation that if there is a closed door setting, if the cameras aren't rolling, maybe she changes her approach, maybe it produces more answers?
Well, look, she needs to answer our questions. And at the end of the day, she's no longer the attorney general. And so this is an opportunity for her to be honest, to come clean, to give us the facts so that we can understand why there has been this consistent cover up. Why did the president call this investigation a hoax? Why did she try to bury and stop this investigation? Why have there been no criminal convictions? And why is 50% of the files still not released to the public? So these are fair questions. These are questions that Democrats have, and there are some Republicans that have joined us to also push for these answers. We are once again demanding the Republican chairman of this committee to ensure that this is released in a videotape to the American public and the media. Why the cover-up? So we're going to ask the right questions. We're going to share as much as we know from this interview, that the attorney general has been at the center of this Epstein scandal and cover-up led by the White House.
So if Bondi ends up being evasive, if she stonewalls your questions, other lawmakers' questions tomorrow, is there anything you can do?
There is. I mean, one, look, this is not the only conversation that we can have with her. And I think certainly if we win the majority, I think the former attorney general can expect more questions from us. There are going to be other parts of this investigation that start coming together in the months ahead, where we may want to speak to her again. And we are going to wait and see how the Republicans actually treat this interview tomorrow. Are they going to treat it as the serious exercise that it needs to be as part of this investigation? Or are they going to be there to try to continue to cover up and lie and ensure that we're
MAGA people, they really like predators and they like a cover up. They don't want to know what Jeffrey Epstein was doing in their country, because Jeffrey Epstein is basically a Russian and Israeli spy who sex trafficked people on American soil to blackmail congressional members, senators, what else? President. Supreme Court justices, and MAGA people don't care about that kind of stuff. They just want to be broke and think that Obama had something with 9/11. I mean, that's what it is.
diverting the actual facts and not getting justice for the survivors. Look, Pam Bondi never sat down and met with all the survivors. They begged her to do so. It is a shame that she refused to meet with the survivors. It's a shame that the current acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, has done everything to try to hide and essentially evade our questions. He's also not met with the survivors. So we have a lot of questions tomorrow. And the attorney...
I mean, so you got Todd Blanche. Imagine if this was happening. Imagine if this happened to your kid. Just imagine that. And no one is trying to interview your kid because the people that did it to your kid are billionaires. Just imagine that. Just imagine that. Todd Blanche doesn't even want to talk to the survivors. The head of the Justice Department now, and Bondi, they don't even want to talk. No talking to any of the survivors. What a weak position you have to be in to not want to talk to them. You acknowledge their survivors. You acknowledge that he assaulted over 1,000 little kids, people, right? But you don't want to talk to none of them. And you want to know why Donald Trump is talking about invading Greenland and taking Canada and doesn't want to help, Ukraine, suddenly want to totally flip American policy. All of a sudden, wants to go against NATO. You wonder why that's happening? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it's happening because of the Epstein files. Put a 2 in the chat if you think, no, that's totally impossible. I'm going to start off putting a 1 in the chat. Boom. Because that's what I think. I think it definitely has something to do with the Epstein files, his position. And again, I'm gonna put the chat in subscriber mode in a second. So please, I hope everybody subscribed. And click the like button also. This is crazy. It's crazy. I don't think it's any surprise that the two things exist at one time. All the shit that Trump is doing and the Epstein files, they don't want to release it. And Trump is Epstein's best friend. Sounds pretty much like a open and shut case. It sounds like an open and shut case, yo. So in any case, let's hear some more.
He's also not met with the survivors. So we have a lot of questions tomorrow. And the Attorney General needs to explain why there has been so much corruption at the Justice Department.
So you say she could be brought back. As I'm sure you now know, she's now facing an ethics complaint brought to the Florida bar by a coalition of legal groups, including a former Florida Supreme Court justice. They accuse her of coercing DOJ lawyers into unethical acts, pursuing cases without probable cause, and the mishandling of the release of the sensitive Epstein victims' records. Could that open up new lines of questioning for her?
Absolutely. Look, Pam Bondi is no longer the AG, but
let's hit
certainly
convert
she was
and
at
see
the center of an enormous amount of weaponization and corruption at the Department of Justice. I mean, the way...
Sorry about that.
That open up new lines of questioning for her?
Absolutely. Look, Pam Bondi is no longer the AG, but certainly she was at the center of an enormous amount of weaponization and corruption at the Department of Justice. I mean, the way that Donald Trump essentially made that department his own personal team of lawyers, the way that he went after and continues to go after his political enemies, the way that he has used the...
Hey, Marion, what's up? I see you. Good to see you, too.
...legal system to go after...
What's up, everybody else? Yo, Chris, Eric, let me see, Rafika, Jazzy, what's up? Pearl Fox, what's up, Pearl Fox? Fantasy, I saw you in the chat. Phantasmagoria, yeah, what's up, everybody? Appreciate you.
He feels has wronged him or wronged his family and friends, and Pam Bondi has been completely complicit in all of that. She has supported everything the president has wanted. The weaponization of the Department of Justice has been unprecedented. The way they have not listened to survivors, not convicted, not gone after those that have been guilty of serious crimes is crazy. The way they've treated the January 6ers, have not listened to survivors, not convicted, not gone after those that have been guilty of serious crimes is crazy. The way they've treated the January 6ers. I mean, they've essentially said that they are heroes in some ways. And now they want to give them, as you know, 1.8 billion.
All these things, the January 6th, it's all connected to the Epstein files. I'm telling you this. I mean, this is my opinion. I don't, everyone has their own views, but my views is that all of this is, they're all connected. People in the Epstein files, they've been plotting a coup against the United States of America, and the Epstein files is part of it. That's my view. That's how I look at it. Yes, they did all those things, and they're all aware of what's going on, and it's all been a big plot against the United States of America, the country itself, not a political party, the country. You see what I mean? And yeah. And you're living through it. And if you're alive today, hey, be happy you're alive, because these people have bad intentions for folks. And they definitely are going to try to interfere with these midterm elections. And having said that, if you haven't registered to vote, then please go to vote.gov and register. I'm going to pull this up on the screen so you see what it looks like. If you haven't registered to vote, go to this page. Here we go. Let me see here. Boom. It looks like this, vote.gov, right? And you just go down here and you choose the state. Let's say you live in America, Samoa. It could be Alaska. It could be anywhere. You see, you just type anywhere, you see, and you figure that out. And then when you click on it, let's say Kansas, right? For an example, there you go. You just scroll down. Then it says register or update your registration online. Boom. And you can handle that. Okay. Or do it by registration mail. If I was you, I would do it online now. Any state that allows it online, if I were you, I would do it that way, right? And get it over with. They might ask you to scan your ID or something like that. And they might ask you, what is your last known address or something like this. They might ask you a couple of questions. That's typical with registering and ask for some form of ID. That's typical, right? If you do it online. So people that have been doing this online aren't really shocked about those kind of things. But folks that are used to everything being manual haven't really made a transition. But that's a lot of Americans. As you can see, if you got a motherfucker like this who doesn't even know that Barack Obama wasn't the fucking president at the time, then you know how many people don't know how to use a fucking computer, really. Like, seriously, look.
Barack Obama had a big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the office.
Why do you think Barack Obama wasn't in the Oval Office on 9/11?
That I don't know. We'd like to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah. So anytime you have people like that, you're going to need people like me telling people to do what? Register to vote. Because if you don't register to vote, these fucking people will take over. They will lead your country. The movement is their movement that you're witnessing right now. Hands down. The connection between the Epstein files and the elitists using poor people this way, weaponizing poor disenfranchised people with disinformation. All of this shit, the blackmailing, it's all part of the same conspiracy. I'm telling you, it's just my view. But let me just let them close out real quick. Hold on.
There's a possibility that some of them may get from this crazy illegal fund that Donald Trump has set up. So there's a lot that Pam Bondi needs to talk about, and we look forward to asking those questions and her answering them tomorrow.
And look, it's also worth noting, just to be technical about this, right? This guy says he wants to get to the bottom of why Barack Obama was not in the office when 9/11 happened. He says he wants to get to the bottom of that, but he doesn't want to get to the bottom of January 6th people getting fucking $1 billion from his stupid fucking ass, and his mother and his daughter and his wife and his son and his uncle and his daddy and his, you know what I'm saying, his cousins. He doesn't want to get to the bottom of that. You know what I'm saying? Why January 6th? I mean, was he there? Was he at Jan 6? Was he there himself? You know what I'm saying? I don't think he was, but you know, he wants to get to the bottom of why Obama wasn't in the office on 9/11. Okay, well, there you have it, Sherlock. You figure out you figure out that part, why he wasn't there, and report back to us. Let us know why Obama wasn't there. We'd be
watching the Legal Breakdown, Glenn. I don't know that we can get a better example.
We'd be thankful to this motherfucker. Now, hold on. Here's more from Todd Blanche, and this is actually within the last 24 hours. So,
of the overt corruption of this administration, this vindictive administration, than what just happened with E. Jean Carroll. So, can you give an overview here about the DOJ's latest action?
Yeah, Brian, it's corruption. It is the grossest form of prosecutorial abuse of power, and it may very well be criminal. But what just happened was there was reporting that Donald Trump's Department of Justice has opened a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, claiming that there may be some indication that she lied in one or both of her trials against Donald Trump. To say this is a gross abuse of prosecutorial discretion really doesn't do it justice, Brian, because, I suspect, just like the, great seashell caper James Comey.
Again, who cares if Trump lies, right? But all of a sudden, people care if someone else lies. Even, I mean, just hearing that on the surface, you have to know it's a liar calling someone else a liar. Trump, the person who lies more than anyone else, is calling his victim a liar. When he's known to say, all you got to do is grab him by the grab. So what is there? What the fuck is going on here? And this is MAGA. This is MAGA for you. They're going to allow it because of people. Look, because of this dumbass base right here, Trump knows he can do shit like this, actually go after one of his victims openly while being the most prolific liar anyone's ever seen in the White House. He's going to call her a liar. Okay. But he lost the case.
And when they went after Letitia James, and when they went after Jerome Powell, and when they went after 6 members of Congress who spoke the truth, that military law provides that soldiers, sailors, airmen, military members must disobey unlawful orders, and they tried to prosecute those 6 members of Congress, though they have committed no crime. Here we go again. And I don't want to be ageist here, but they're going after an 82-year-old woman that a jury found Donald Trump had first sexually assaulted and then defamed to the tune of a total of more than $80 million in damages. And those cases were long ago over. And now all of a sudden, Donald Trump's Department of Justice is opening a criminal investigation into her. This is beyond just weaponization of the rule of law. This is dictatorial shit. This is the stuff of banana republics. I don't know. This is going to sound hyperbolic, Brian, but I don't know that there is such a thing as hyperbole when you're trying to describe what Donald Trump might try to do next to his perceived enemies. I'm waiting for him to just order his Department of Justice to start rounding up and imprisoning his perceived enemies with no charges, no evidence, no indication that they'd committed a crime. Because, right now, all he's doing is abusing the process, the criminal justice system, the grand jury process. He's using that process as a weapon to punish people, to make them get lawyers, to probably, cause sleepless nights for them and their families. Ultimately, nothing will come of the E. Jean Carroll criminal investigation, but that really is not the point. The process is the punishment, and that's what Trump.
Yo, Michael, what's up? If you're there, come on up.
Trump's dirty.
By the way, anyone else want to hop up here into the panel? Click the link here. Put Discord on your phone or your whatever your mobile, whatever you're using to view the program, and then you'll be able to hop up on the panel.
Dirty.
Let's go, Michael. I see you if you in the chat. Yeah, there you go. All right, what you think about this, man? You there? Michael from Brooklyn is here, y'all. I guess he's getting his the app ready. Yeah, but Mike, let me know. Let me see also who else is here. I can't hear you. You on mute, by the way. Oh, there you go. I got you now. I heard you for a second. Yeah, I can hear you now. What's going on?
Okay, I'm on.
Yeah, it's better now, bro. It's better now. I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I've been tuned in since the beginning. Kind of understand, but honestly, I'm a fan person.
Say that again. Your audio is not good. It's hard to hear, bro. It's kind of cutting out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you much better, much better. Yeah. So what were you saying? Go ahead. Except it just it cut off again for a second. Don't know why that is. Okay, well, oh, now you're coming back in. I see.
How about now?
Yeah, it's better now. Go ahead. Now, what were you saying there? What do you think about this? He's trying to sue I mean, it's all corruptive. It's all corruption. But he's trying to sue. What's the lady's name? Jean Carroll, right? Isn't that her name?
Eugene Carroll.
Yeah.
Which is the woman who won, who he sexually assaulted, right?
Exactly.
And she won the civil case against him.
Exactly. So, what do you? I mean, isn't this just the height of ridiculousness at this point?
I mean, it's beyond that, right? Like, it's blatant corruption because for our current DOJ to be reviewing or even just investigating her just goes to show that they don't respect our judicial system, right? They don't respect our court system because that was aside from whatever he currently has going on, right? And that was decided in a courtroom, and he was convicted by a jury of his peers. So to even investigate it it's just absurd, right? Like we haven't had any other sitting president do anything like this.
Right. We haven't. We're in new territory. Which is why I just fucking call it an attack, because I'm sick and tired of trying to act like it's something else, man. It's a fucking attack, bro. But in any case, that's another topic. Go ahead. Now, let me know. Is there any okay, let me see. I got to fix this. Let me know. Is there anything else you find about this? Like, he's arguing, what is this? He's arguing that she is lying. That she lied in her cases. That's what they're arguing. You want me to play that part back?
No, I heard that part, because I've actually followed it when it first dropped. But my whole thing is, I'm hoping that this leads to discovery, right? Like, we now as a public have the opportunity to find out the nuances of the civil case that maybe haven't been discussed publicly, right? He's opening a can of worms that I don't think he's ready to admit, right? I don't think he's ready to understand the dynamics that he's bringing upon himself by opening this investigation, right? Because now he's opening a can of worms into a lot of information, again, that we weren't privy to that could just incriminate him on a whole nother level and hopefully skew whatever base he has and diminish his already tarnishing, legacy, right?
Right. Yeah, I agree. He's out there right now, and he's exposing himself. He doesn't know what he's doing, and now the discovery that's going to kill him. Yeah, I agree with you 100%, man. I agree with you 100% on that. But it's not going to stop him. He's going to continue, and MAGA people are going to continue to make excuses for him. And to me, it's wonderful. This is the bright side. Everyone has a clear opportunity to examine fascism at its best. Its misogynistic components, its xenophobic components, its racialized components, its homophobic components, right? Its classist components, anti-middle class and poor. It's on display every single day, just out in the open. Anti-democratic, anti-constitutional. It's wonderful, man. I mean, that's the only bright side I see in this. Otherwise, it's totally tragic, totally disgusting. But at the same time, what can we do as Americans about it? It's an issue that we have to take up ourselves. And if we don't take it seriously ourselves, then it's not going to go away. But let me see what CNN is saying about this also. Now that we have we don't need to hear so much of Glenn's breakdown, even though Glenn's great because it's a legal breakdown. But let's see what Legacy Media is saying about it. Now, that was Brian Taylor Cohen, actually.
I'm going to open a criminal investigation into E. Jean Carroll, the former magazine columnist who accused President Trump of sexual assault. The department is examining whether she committed perjury regarding outside funding for her legal fight. Separate juries awarded Carroll more than $88 million. They found the president liable for sexually abusing her in a New York department store in the mid-1990s and defaming her in 2019 when he repeatedly denied the assault. The president is pursuing appeals in both cases. With us now, CNN political commentator Alyssa Farah Griffin. She was the communications director for the Trump White House. E. Jean Carroll won these cases against the president. The jury found him liable for sexual abuse. Now she is being investigated herself. What message does that send?
Well, first and foremost, from a PR perspective, because that's my background, I will never understand why this administration wants to put some of the worst associations of the president back in the headlines. Most of us have kind of forgotten about the E. Jean Carroll suit, the allegations, what he was ultimately found liable for, and now it puts it front and center. It's very similar to the January 6 cases. DOJ wants to keep rehashing them, but then Republicans also say, oh, Democrats keep talking about January 6. No, this president keeps talking about the election lies January 6. So from purely a standpoint of wanting to focus on his domestic agenda and move forward, this makes zero sense.
That was so interesting because that was my follow-up question here, which is what do they get out of putting this out there months before a midterm?
Absolutely nothing. It's not a headline that they want. And we've seen a number of these cases go forward, James Comey and others, where they overreached. DOJ was not able to get the outcome that they wanted. And I suspect this will be a similar case. I'm not from a legal perspective, but based on what we know, should be the last thing Donald Trump wants to talk about in the twilight of his presidency. He should be focusing on the economy, gas prices, the war in Iran, not relitigating this.
Illis, you know people either who worked for the White House or who were connected with them who then split. And I'm just wondering how much fear there is out there among people who do have a rift with the administration about being investigated.
I don't know if I'd frame it as fear, but sort of an acceptance that folks are going to be investigated. I think of Chris Krebs, of Miles Taylor, other critics of the president who are already going through those legal proceedings now. And I think folks knew to lawyer up and be ready because this is a president who was very clear that he was going to be doing a bit of a revenge tour. I would just hope that advisors around the president, I know this is something Susie Wiles pushed, this is not what you won on. You may have talked about it on the campaign trail, but it's not why people entrusted you with the American presidency. Focus on actually delivering for the American people.
Joining us right now is CNN senior legal analyst, former federal prosecutor, Ellie Honig. Thanks for coming in, Ellie. I really appreciate it. So as John.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Mike? I mean, the Republicans do, and also Trump sycophants, period. Putin sycophants now online. They all say, why are you worried about it, Democrats? Stop worrying about it. Stop talking about it. Let it go away. But it's actually Trump who's talking about it.
I honestly think it's a part of this current admin's and MAGA's mindset of deny, deflect, and redirect, right? That's literally their playbook. Deny, deflect, redirect, right? And that's what they're doing here, right? Denying it, deflecting, and then redirecting it back onto the Democratic Party as a whole. Notice how they vaguely... They really don't call out particular individuals if it's not, you know, leadership like Biden, Harris, Obama, right? Yeah. They don't call out the more brown
it's just
boots,
the mystical,
right? Like,
it's the mystical magical libs or the mystical magical Dems.
Right?
The ghost of the Democrats. The Scooby-Doo Democrats. Where they at? I solved it.
You take off the mask, reveal them, and it's Trump. It's Trump underneath the mask.
Right? Boom! Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm sorry, man.
It is. It's the Scooby-Doo mystery of it all. And when you get the big reveal, it's Trump underneath Obama's mask, right?
Yeah, bro. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, bro. Straight up. All right, keep going, man. It is so sad because, it has this gaslighting effect to where this is not normal. You know this would not exist in any. It doesn't exist in any other well-functioning country. You know that it's not even acceptable in any field in the U.S. This is not acceptable.
You're so correct.
Where could this be?
Correct.
How is this professional? You just go out. They do this. These shenanigans are, and it's like, but yet everyone has to accept it. Everyone has to accept it. This is what we're supposed to accept as normal, the new normal, man. If you have any brains, you have to eradicate this shit, dude. This is a cancer. I hate to say it. I don't like to talk that way, but go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The closest thing we've had to this was Bill Clinton in office cheating on his wife.
Shame on you. Yeah. Shame on you, man. God damn it.
Mind you, Trump is a serial cheater, right? Like, he's cheated on every one of his wives. He's been married multiple times, right? He has multiple baby mothers, if you want to call it that, right? But
and that Hillary lady, shame on her.
Right? And Harris, shame on her, right?
And even more on her. She's even worse. Do you notice that? It's like they hate her more than Hillary.
Yeah. Because they can, right? It's a part of the MAGA playbook because she is a woman of color, right?
Exactly. And look in the chat, Alien John, watch it, Alien John. All right, be careful. All right, says it's all a lie made up by the lefty losers. Exactly. Thank you for reminding me of that. Also, that Scooby Doo ass response.
Right.
So it's the radical it's the radical left. Yo, what the fuck? Scooby Doo.
Another funny part is the fact that Trump Jr. just got married to Jeffrey Epstein's ex-accountant's daughter.
And he don't even want to go to the fucking...
And he doesn't want to go to the wedding, right? Because he knows it would view him in a disgusting light or reappear to show his ties to Epstein, right?
That is crazy, man. That is crazy. Let's go. Matter of fact, I'm sorry. I got to pull that shit up. Where the hell is that at? That is insane. Trump's goddamn son's, who was it? Eric?
Yes, Eric Jr. No, Trump. Is it Trump Jr.? It should be Eric. Eric is married to
Eric Trump
Epstein
wedding
ex-accountant's daughter.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I gotta segue to this because actually I meant to talk about the.
It's Trump Jr. It's Trump Jr. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It could be Eric. It's one of those.
Oh really? Trump Jr.
Yeah, I think it's Jr.
Okay. Well, here.
Oldest son and namesake of who just got married in the Bahamas, but his father explained why he couldn't make the trip. Take a look.
Are you planning your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't.
Okay, so he's admitting it. Let's see here. Is Jeffrey Epstein, did Trump Jr., it's Trump Jr., right? Did Trump Jr. marry?
Trump Jr., her name is Bettina Anderson. Find out who her dad is. Look up who her dad is and his connection to Epstein.
Okay, now let's see here. It says Trump Jr. recently married Bettina Anderson, a Palm Beach socialite and model. She's not a relative of Epstein. Hold on. Let's see here. But maybe there's some connection.
She's not a relative, but she's the daughter of his ex-accountant.
Right. Yeah. All right. So it says, however, recent news reports have noted that Bettina Anderson's late father, Harry Lloyd Anderson Jr., a prominent Florida banker, once wrote a letter in 1998 praising Epstein. Okay, so in that letter, he describes Epstein as a gentleman of the highest integrity. Wow, that's Trump's. That's interesting. So the father of that lady that his son met, he was loving Epstein. That's some deep shit. Epstein is a gentleman of the highest integrity. I mean, if that is not damning, if that is not damning, bro, because everyone who writes something like that usually has something to do with little kids being molested. The letter from 1998, written years before Epstein was investigated for his crimes, has been widely circulated in media and online commentary following the wedding, but it doesn't establish a family relationship. But that's, it says here, however, the late father. So Donald Trump Jr. marries Bettina Anderson. Her father, who died, Harry Loy Anderson, said that Epstein was a gentleman of the highest integrity. Okay, what?
Well, not only that, right? It says that he was a Palm Beach banker and president of Palm Beach National Bank and Trust Company, who served as a financial manager for Jeffrey Epstein's starting in the 90s.
Right. So he have direct contact to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, in the 90s. Now, it said what? It said the nature of their connection is primarily documented through their financial interactions. Right. So that's at the height of Epstein's crimes, bro. That's at the height of his crimes.
He's a financial manager, right?
Yeah, damn, that's deep. Financial manager. So I wonder if he had to have some dirt on him to allow that. Now, yeah. Now let's see here. Maintaining what is described as substantial accounts. Character reference in 1998. In Epstein's request, Anderson wrote a letter of recommendation for him to vouch for his character. In that letter, Anderson stated that Epstein enjoys an excellent reputation in our community and referred to him as a gentleman of the highest integrity. Financial context: at that time the letter was written, it was for the purpose of helping Epstein establish a new entity, the Financial Trust Company in the United States Virgin Islands. Damn. Epstein Islandish. Okay. And then it goes on to say reports, including those from New York Times, have noted that the Epstein's house manager later indicated that some payments to Epstein's victims were processed through the bank where Anderson served as the president. Don Jr. married the daughter of the man who was getting down with Epstein like that. Wow, that is crazy, bro. It's important to note that this letter was written years before the they always have to say this. It was written years before the police knew anything about Epstein. Years before the police investigations into Epstein's began in 2005. Yeah, but Epstein was getting down in 1985 with Trump and this kind of shit. So, that little last part, it's important to understand that they had nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know anything about his crimes. They always try to say that in one way or the other, but you don't know, because it was the crime of the century that wasn't investigated, basically. So no one ever came to that conclusion, right? But this is Trump saying he don't want to go. Do you think there's something weird about his body language here? I'm just curious. Let me see here. I don't know, but I just want to examine it for a second and see, like, what does his face look like when he's saying this? Let's just go back a little.
Take a look.
Are you attending your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking.
So he's literally saying he's aware that the lady that his son married was Jeffrey Epstein's banker.
Yes. In fact, they wanted to have that wedding at the White House, and they were advised not to.
Damn, thanks for that. I didn't know that, man. Who reported on that, actually? Do you know what agency that was, or was that just out there already?
I want to say someone at Breaking Points reported it, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
They also covered it. I had a great segment today about essentially what's going on in Russia, right, and how they could potentially be nuclearizing, potentially getting ready to nuclearize their systems again to see how they combat and go forward with the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, I heard they thinking about nuking, the EU, somewhere in the EU. That's what I heard. Or had plans for it. But yeah, maybe we should go back to that. But let me see what else is here with Trump. 2 seconds here. Let's see what he says.
But he's got a very a person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
So he said the person that he's known for a long time. Let me just hear that again. Or is he talking about the girl? Let me see here.
But he's got a very a person who I've known for a long time.
Yeah,
and
he just
hopefully they're going to have a great.
He just misspoke. He's talking about the girl. He's saying that it sounds to me like he's saying he's known the girl a long time, and the father, because they're from Florida, they're socialites. They're from what is it? Where are they? Where's Mar-a-Lago? Palm Beach, right? So they're socialites in Palm Beach, but the father is this guy's age. He's dead now. Is Trump's age. He's dead, but he was the banker for Jeffrey Epstein, and I wonder if he had any business with Donald Trump, if they've ever interacted before together. But he seems like he knows exactly why he shouldn't go, because he's admitting it. He doesn't want this to come and take over the news cycle. The fact that his Trump Jr., right, is marrying the banker for Epstein. Like, it's really telling, because out of all the other things you could kind of explain, right, because it doesn't have to mean anything, right? But it shows you how sensitive he is to this issue now, that he's so fucking scared that he actually wouldn't go to his own son's funeral. That almost gives it more credence. Like, why wouldn't he go? Is it because the guy in the Epstein files? What do you think? Let me check that out. You think that guy is in the Epstein files? Let me see. Let me look at this.
I don't necessarily he might be, right? Like, he could be referenced, right? Because a lot of the Epstein files is just a compilation of information surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. Do I doubt he's in the files? I don't, right? Do I think he may have been? Because, right, like, this is the start of Jeffrey Epstein, especially early 90s, was the start of his acquired wealth, right? We still don't know where Jeffrey Epstein got the majority of his wealth, right? He's a college dropout, right?
Yeah.
Touted as some sort of financial guru, right?
Yeah.
And a socialite, right? So that's essentially what we know of him, right? And so with that said, that banker and that financial institution had to know what his early investments were. Right, had to be able to set up some of his accounts and give him advice.
He saw Russian money. He saw Russian money. He saw Russian money. He saw Israeli money. He had to see a lot of money, right?
Yeah, no, he definitely had to, right? Like, he had to have seen and been privy to a lot when it comes to a fiduciary responsibility, right? Like, this was his advisor. This wasn't just someone on the sidelines. And this guy was the head of that bank, right? That small bank he was the head of. And that probably kickstarted, the success of that bank, just dealing with Jeffrey Epstein, bringing those high profile clients, those high net worth clients who were known within Jeffrey Epstein's circle for doing what we know Jeffrey Epstein got convicted of.
Yep. And it says here, that it says the father, however, his name does appear in documentation related to Epstein in a tangential and secondary manner. The specific instance where he is connected to the files include professional documents. His name appears in files primarily due to his professional role as a banker and his past association with Florida Atlantic University, FAU. Okay. Reports indicate that Epstein's personal records included an obituary for Anderson, due to their professional history at Palm Beach National Bank and Trust, where Epstein was a client. Contextual mentions. Recent reports analyzing the broader body of the Epstein-related documents have noted that the files include references to individuals who held various roles at institutions connected to the investigation. In Anderson's case, this includes his background as the university alumnus and donor, which were cited in documents alongside other biographical information found in Epstein's personal illegal record. Okay, so it doesn't appear to be any smoking gun, right? Criminal connection there, but what kills me is the fact that, okay, if there's none there, then what's Trump so scared of? That's weird.
I mean, he knows the optics, right? He knows the optics, and he knows obviously what we don't know, right?
Yeah, he knows
He's
what
trying
we
to
don't know
sweep
too.
under the
Yeah.
rug.
Yeah.
Right.
To me, when Trump says I'm not going, it's because he knows something, and that's why he's not going. And you don't know it, but he just ain't gonna go, because Trump doesn't run away from shit like this unless it's something there.
I mean, we can't ignore how his son knows this banker's daughter intimately, or at least got to a place where it's intimate just because they were socialites. Let's remind everyone that in the early 90s, Trump was active in New York City, right? This is the same man who, took out an article against Central Park 5 while in New York.
Right.
Right. He was heavily active, and his primary residence wasn't in Florida yet. Right.
No.
So the only connection that would be Epstein. Right.
Yo, that's a great point, bro. You're exactly right about that. That's interesting. The only connection would be Epstein. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Trump. I don't know. It just seems like to me, it doesn't make sense. You have your son. He's having a wedding. If you know there's nothing to it, why would you not go to your son's own wedding just because of the optics? Even because the optics, this man don't give a fuck about the optics. The optics are always bad with Trump. It doesn't matter what he's doing. He doesn't care about, if he says, you know what, people are going to think this is a crime. It could look illegal. Me going after this money, this $1 billion in my family's contact, giving them government contracts. That could look bad. The optics are bad. Trump don't give a fuck. He does it anyway. So, I mean, I don't know, bro. Doesn't look like optics to me, man. He's definitely aware though that people see it, but to me, it seems like there's more to it. He doesn't want to draw attention to that banker, maybe. Is there? Let me see something. Okay, well, one more thing. Let me try to look this up. Did Trump have any connection to himself? Let's see here if that pulls up something. I'm curious. There's no record. Yeah, there's no record of that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't say. No direct, just overlapping. Palm Beach. That's as far as people have gotten. So let's hear some more. Let's see what they say.
Great marriage.
He's talking about the girl.
That's his son. It's his son.
He's talking about her, I think.
Wait, I think he's talking about.
I thought he was talking about his. The thing would be the guy.
Oh, okay.
This guy has to be the bride at every wedding, so they're not going to pay attention to him.
Anyway, I don't want to hear the commentary from no offense, but yeah, I don't want to hear the commentary from this one. Yeah, the show's okay. Yeah, but it's just it was interesting.
Yeah, the view's more gossipy, but yes.
Yeah. But then, hold on, there's more, man. Look at this shit. Everyone is covering this. Everybody's saying it. Let's see here. Why? Let's see what the New York Post said about this shit. I'm sorry. This is a big story, apparently. So let's hear it. Let's see what it's got to do.
Well, the Post is right, so let's see how they skew it.
Right. Yeah. Let's
make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me.
All right, President Trump has announced he unfortunately will not be able to join Don Jr.'s wedding with Bettina Anderson on Saturday. No. Citing circumstances. Whatever, man. We heard this. Come on. Now, hold on. Let's see here. Now, this is what she looks like. In case people don't know. Okay. This, anyway, man. I'm sorry. I shouldn't even comment like this. But I just want people to see a little bit of her. I shouldn't really comment like this, but yeah. Okay, let me see. But then there's more here. Look at this dude's fucking eyes, though. What's up with that, man? He just looks very arrogant and unhinged himself, bro. Like, I don't understand it, but it's worth noting his dad is like, man, I ain't going to that wedding. Now let's see here. Let's just go more. This is here. While I very much wanted to be with my son, which I don't believe, Don Jr. and his newest member of Trump's family, the newest member of the Trump family. Does this guy, this isn't even him writing this, man. Trump doesn't talk like this.
It has to be a handler.
Yeah.
It has to be a handler.
What the hell is up with this? I almost read it wrong because I'm not used to him writing this way. Don Jr. and the newest member of the Trump family, his son soon to be wife, circumstances pertaining to government and my love for the United States of America do not allow me to do so. Who writes that? What was the point in writing that? There's something wrong here, bro. There's something wrong with this man, and you don't know what it is, but he says, and his love for the United States of America, that makes no sense unless you know nothing about kids. He's stating his love for the country is more than the love for his son. Is something wrong here? Is there like a breakup in the family? That's what that's.
I mean, it's always going to be viewed and portrayed as "quote unquote" America first, right? When we all know the reason is he doesn't want that to be loosely linked or tied back to anything Epstein related. He's getting away from it. Pam Bondi just, she got, laid off or let go for that very same reason.
Right.
Right. Which, if I'm mistaken, she was also just diagnosed with cancer as well.
Right.
So
yeah. That's interesting. Is it liver cancer? What is it? Is it?
I'm not sure what kind of cancer it is. Honestly, I just vaguely remember reading it.
Okay. I'm just curious. I'm curious about what type of cancer that is. I'm curious to know if she's another drunk. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times drinking can do that, man. It can fuck you with your organs big time. Let me see here. Thyroid cancer. Okay.
Got you. Which means she probably had a thyroid issue for a while now.
Yeah, it says thyroid cancer occurs when the cells and the thyroid gland undergo genetic changes, mutations that cause them to grow uncontrollably, forming a tumor. While the exact trigger of these genetic changes is often unknown in any individual cases, researchers have identified several well-established. I'm curious about that. Where is that from? Established risk factors. Okay, radiation exposure, genetic and inherited conditions. That could be it. Also, family history. Okay, first degree relative parent. Okay, gender. Thyroid cancer is significantly more common in women than men. Okay, age. While age is not a real factor in adult women, the risk of peaks, it also peaks around 60. Okay, so between 30 and 60. Okay. Okay, it says weight being overweight or obese is associated with the increased risk of thyroid cancer. Chronic iodine deficiency and excessive iodine intake can influence thyroid health. Okay. Researchers believe that it may be due to chronic inflammation, changes in hormone levels like insulin and estrogen, or growth factors that can promote cell growth, pre-existing thyroid conditions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In any case, but Trump, he says he doesn't want to go to this wedding, and he says it's circumstances pertaining to the government and my love for the United States of America does not allow me to do so. I feel it is important for me to remain in Washington, D.C. at the White House during this important period of time. Congratulations, Don and Patina, President Donald Trump. This sounds like a diss. This doesn't even sound like it's caring. Does it? No, man.
There's no emotion to convey, right? There's nothing in terms of tone that congratulates them in a positive way other than just saying congratulations, right? There's no I love my future, daughter-in-law. There's
I love you all very much.
Family.
Exactly. What is this, man? This is a really cold ass letter to be writing about.
You know what's even funnier, V?
Go ahead.
Where's her mom?
Where's her mom? Damn.
Right? We don't see anything. We haven't seen anything in terms of her family relation. We don't know if she has siblings. We don't know if she, what her mother looks like or what her mother's profession or how she is a socialite, right? Aside from her dad, we don't know this information. And it's not at least being reported on. And neither is legacy media reporting on it, right? You would think that they would want to at least do, some sort of background check on her to be able to see what her character references might look like, right?
Well, it says it's Inger. Inger is also a Danish, female Danish name too. Inger, by the way, Inger Andersen. Inger Andersen is a well-known philanthropist. I always have a problem saying that. Philanthropist and a business owner based in Palm Beach, Florida. Business. She's long managed Palm Beach Groves, an orange orchard and souvenir shop, and she and her late husband, Harry Lloyd Anderson Jr., purchased it in 1978. She's a highly respected in Palm Beach social charitable circles and has been involved with various community organizations, including supporting causes linked to the YMCA and Urban Youth Impact residents. She has been a fixture of the Palm Beach community for decades, previously living in notable estates known as Oasis Cottage before selling it in 2016. Oasis Cottage. There have been no reports indicating that Inger did not attend the wedding, giving her close relationship with her daughter, who has publicly described her mother as the inspiration, and her active involvement in Bettina's pre-wedding events, such as attending bridal shower in Mar-a-Lago earlier this year. Okay, so apparently she's been slightly involved a little bit, but yeah, I think it's just interesting that they don't mention her family though. I think that's a good point. And I'm not sure if that's about hiding things or if it's just classism, like giving people of money privacy where you wouldn't give the average person that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I just think it's like, why doesn't the media jump all over that? What the fuck? What do they care? Where's the Beast, Daily Beast on this story? I want to see the Daily Beast get in her ass and shit, and just destroy the wedding and shit. Come up with some meme like mother related to Epstein or some shit like that. Just go all out. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? We're the tabloids.
Well, that's where Trump has done, like as horrible as he is, he's done a good job at making sure that he has enough money to sue these people and tie them up with litigation, so it makes them very afraid to even report on anything in a negative light, right? We have example like the New York Times, we have Fox News, we have a bunch of other, CBS, right, if I'm not mistaken, right? So anyone who speaks negatively of him, tends to find themselves in court, and that's not a gamble that they want to take with this current DOJ, be it as that he has full control over it, right? He's again, his setup is nothing we've ever seen. He's been so emboldened, so empowered, and with this majority, both in the House and Senate, his control over the DOJ, the people he's placed in the position, he's just ruined the integrity of our structure as a whole. And so we won't have any of this until after he leaves the White House. We'll start seeing headlines of, random stuff that has gone on throughout the years currently, well into the future, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be the standard. Now, here goes something different, dog. This is a different story, man. Let me know what you think about this. This is CIA official accused of stealing $40 million in gold bars, bro.
On what is just a stunning arrest of a CIA official after investigators found hundreds of gold bars worth more than $40 million stashed in his Virginia home. The CIA and FBI say the arrest occurred last week after the agency alerted the FBI about potential violations of the law. And according to court documents, the official, who is identified as David Rush, asked for and received a significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses in recent months. When agents searched Rush's home, they found approximately 303 gold bars, each of which weighed a kilogram.
What the hell? Like in recent months. So he just got the gold bars in recent months. Is that what they're saying?
Official.
Yeah, he was probably getting ready to tell. He was going to leak something, and they hopped on him.
And
I guarantee you that had to do with it.
This is crazy.
Identified as.
Let me hear this
FBI
again.
Say the arrest occurred last week after the agency alerted the FBI about potential violations of the law. And according to court documents, the official who is identified.
You don't say potential violations of the law, huh? Potential. So it's not the gold bars they talking about, is it? That's not the potential violation of the law. I wonder what it was.
No, right?
That is weird. That's
40 million in gold bars is just the headline. They didn't say it was illegal.
No.
Right? They didn't say it was illegal.
Nope. Nope.
At no one point did they say he illegally acquired $40 million in gold bars. It just says, it infers he had, he has an asset, right? A universal asset. He was caught with foreign money, right? Which only tells you that he was getting ready to leave for a reason, which most likely he was probably going to blow a whistle on this whole admin from within, especially at the CIA level. Who knows?
Yo, this is a huge story. This is crazy, bro. Let's hear some more.
Bars worth more than $40 million stashed in his Virginia home. The CIA and FBI say the arrest occurred last week after the agency alerted the FBI about potential violations of the law. And according to court documents, the official, who is identified as David Rush, asked for and received a significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses in recent months. When agents searched Rush's home, they found approximately 303 gold bars, each of which weighed a kilogram, approximately 2 pounds. And investigators also seized $2 million in American currency and nearly 3 dozen luxury watches, many of them Rolexes. I'll note that a lawyer for Mr. Rush declined to comment to the Times, and a woman answering the phone at Mr. Rush's house hung up on a Times reporter. Former Deputy Director of National Intelligence Beth Sanner is back with me. So many questions here, so many gold bars, but what kind of circumstances does the CIA hand out hundreds of gold bars to an officer for?
Well, I can't say it ever happened to me, having been an analyst.
You don't have any gold bars?
I don't, and I never, But, when you're in the operations side and you're operating in denied areas, so one that's very public and lots of people's cleared memoirs is going into Afghanistan at the beginning of going after Osama bin Laden. And CIA officers went in with millions.
Wait a second. Is he bringing that money to Iran? What do you think about that? Like, what's going on here, man? Is that enough money? So that's 40 million. I mean, we got to look at this. What is this 40 million for? Who is
even the 40 million, right? What we still have in terms of frozen assets from Iran ranges in the billions. I think it's about 20 billion, and that's currently in talk with this current potential deal brokered with Iran. So that's peanuts, right?
Right.
I'm assuming that. Because, someone in the chat said you can't have that much gold. You legally can have any amount of gold that you want. Legally, you can have any amount. There's no limit to how much an asset you can own. It's just a part of your net worth, right? Now, when it comes to it being liquid, who knows, right? Like, that's his potential fund. Because they're not saying that he acquired it illegally, right? That's not a part of the charges.
No, they're
saying there's an underlying
CIA
investigation.
Yeah, this is the CIA who gave it to him, bro. Like, hold on, let me take this back. Like, to me it reads like stolen. Okay, it sounds like it was given to him as part of an operation. Let's take it back.
The CIA and FBI.
He said he wanted to get paid in gold bars.
Arrest occurred last week after the agency alerted the FBI about potential violations of the law. And according to court documents, the official, who is identified as David Rush, asked for and received a significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work-related expenses in recent months.
Exactly. This is work-related expenses. What the fuck is he talking? Who said it's illegal to have that? The guy, I mean, what are you saying? That he's lying? But this is the report. Rush made several requests. He's requested this of the U.S. government to obtain significant quantity of foreign currency and tens of millions of dollars in gold bars for work related. This is a work expenditure. He's requested this officially. He went and said, "This is what I want," and they gave it to him. And so there's no. He snitched.
I mean, B, what you could do is you could pull up the New York Times article and read straight from the article that they're trying to, comment on.
We got to do that, bro. Let me see here. Let's do that. Rush made several requests for gold bars. Let's see if that pops up. It should be. Now it says, let's see, should it be the BBC story, New York Times? Let me flip over here real quick so we can see what we got here. Boom. We got BBC, we got New York Times. Which one do you think is good enough?
Well, what they're covering here is the New York Times. I think obviously the New York Times is a bit
bullshit,
more biased, right?
Yeah, let's
but
go.
I do think that they would have more info than the BBC, right? Because it's here in America.
Okay, let's see. Let's check it out. Let's see here. 37 minutes. So this is the update. So let's see. Why ex-CIA officer David Rush's 40 million gold bar case could point to large-scale cover-up as experts reveal painstaking vetting process. Ex-CIA officer David Rush alleged year-long scheme that netted him 40 million in gold bars as a top secret. Goddamn, bro. As a top secret security clearance has those in the clandestine service community questioning how he slipped through the fastidious vetting process and who else may be flying under the radar. Damn, bro. Damn. Former CIA staff operations officer Tracy Walder was baffled over the stunning allegations against Rush and believes they could point to a much more troubling issue within the agency. Damn. This would have been large-scale lying cover up. There would have had to be a lot of other co-conspirators, Walder told the Post. Damn, this is crazy. Ex-CIA senior officer David Rush allegedly lied his way into a job at the agency with top secret security clearance and made off with 40 million in gold right under their noses. Yo, they are going to go back at least 10 years in terms of people people who are friends with him. He would have had to ask all the people to lie for him, or did he lie to them? The FBI raided Rush's Virginia home May 18th as part of an investigation into whether he lied about his military and academic background. How can you lie about this and they not knowing the CIA, bro? This is bullshit. Like, I'm sorry. If he was able to get away with that, something is terribly wrong within that agency, bro. I'm just saying.
We don't know the charges, though, right? We don't know what he's been formally charged with.
Yeah. Maybe they're making all this shit up too. Maybe it's like it's something else.
We don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, he has assets. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah,
they don't claim the assets are illegal.
Yeah, now they're claiming he lied. Yeah, exactly, right? His big crime is he lied to get the job, man. How you lied to get that job? Cash Patel lied to get his job too.
Which one is a bigger travesty? Having illegal money or lying? I'm going to take the money worth more than $42 million.
Exactly. Let's remember this man's face here. Wow. So it's going to be interesting to figure this one out. Now, it says FBI raided Rush's Virginia home May 18th. So that just happened a week ago. This story's been out as part of an investigation into whether he lied about his military and academic background. That's what they say. And found 301 kilograms of gold bars. Man,
there's something more to this.
This is bullshit.
Something more to this.
Exactly.
I just found out that he got hired in 2009.
He got hired in 2009.
2009. Who was president? We know who was president, right?
In 2009. Hold on.
Because who got elected in 2008? Obama.
Obama.
So this is all linking back to, right? They're going back to years back to see and investigate someone who they're going to claim, right, was hired under the Obama administration. And you know what? Maybe he was hired. Let's see. I would have to look to see who was the head of the CIA in 2009.
Yeah, do that for me right now as I read the rest of this. Let's see here.
Exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah. Okay. So perfect. All right. So the FBI raided Rush's Virginia home May 18th as part of an investigation into whether he lied about his military and academic background. Yeah, exactly. They just stumbled across 303 kilograms of gold because they thought, maybe he lied. Bars worth of over $40 million and $2 million in U.S. currency and 35 luxury watches, many of which were Rolexes. Okay. Now, according to the affidavit, Rush obtained the gold bars by making a series of requests between the last November and March of this year, claiming he needed the bullion for work-related expenses. Walder surmised Rush may have forged documents, or maybe it's a lazy or incompetent background investigator who missed the red flags across 3 separate applications to the agency before he was hired. Still not getting to the crime. How did this happen? How did he get the money? On personal level, I was frustrated. Obviously, I went through the whole security clearance process and it's not fun. How in the world did he slip through this story, man? How did he get the gold? Not how did he slip through the cracks? Who gets gold this way? The fact that it slipped through the cracks, that may be concerned that there's a lot of people who are slipping through the cracks. This article, bro, this reads.
Post, right? It's the Post. So let's just keep that in mind. This is a right-leaning publication. I'm going to post in the chat, if you could pull up the link. Yeah. It's going to be the Wikipedia to the head of the CIA during that time.
Okay, do that. Yeah, this is a crazy story here. I don't know. I'm just kind of baffled by the story. Yeah, look at this. Leon Panetta. Okay, damn. Yeah, Leon Panetta here. That is interesting. President Bill Clinton, preceded by Mac McLarty. Yeah, this is Leon Edward Panetta, born is an American retired politician in government who served under the Democratic administrations as Secretary of Defense, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, White House Chief of Staff, Office Management and Budget, U.S. Representative to California. Okay. Right. Co-founded Panetta Institute of Public Policy, 1997. Okay, let me see. January 2009, newly elected Barack Obama nominated Panetta to be Director of Central Intelligence. Panetta confirmed. Yeah, it seems to me like, obviously, I don't understand this though, bro. Because look, even if you were going after them, right? Even if you were going after Obama for this article, to me, it just seems like what a waste, because the elephant in the room is, how did he get the gold, right? Oh, what happened here?
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that he got paid in gold. He requested to get paid in gold.
He requested to get paid in gold, right? And so, how did he get the gold? Like what was the process for getting the gold? What was he claimed is for a mission, and they gave him the gold. And I don't understand how that is not the problem that they're having. Like, they're not even going into this article. Look at this. It says Walder said when he was just getting started in his career and money was tight and she was living in a rough neighborhood, her parents helped her out of 70. What the fuck does any of this have to do with the story, bro? Walder hypothesized that
fluff, right?
Huh?
It's fluff. It's Republican fluff, fluff.
Rush, until recently a senior executive service level employee at the CIA, is facing charges of theft of public money. He is being held in custody. But so, theft of public money. This article was just updated 30 minutes ago.
So they're associating him asking for that money in gold to do some sort of CIA operation as theft. Now, right? Yeah. After they approved it, right?
But this administration approved the gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not the problem. The problem is not why did they approve the gold. This is crazy. And, but it is telling, too, because it also says that, this is admitting. She says that they're going to have to go back and find everybody. There could be other people involved, co-conspirators. You can see that right here. La, la, la. But there could be other people involved with giving him this gold. I mean, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? How did he get his hand?
Yeah, if it's heard from the public, right? Like, I'm assuming they're using that under the terms of they're assuming that they gave him the money, right? We fund the CIA, and they're using that as theft of public goods because we don't know, there's no direct names in terms of who he stole it from. It just says the public, right?
Right. Yeah.
The public. The only gold reserves we have is Fort Knox.
They're not saying that he lied about the mission he was going into. They're saying that he lied about his application decades before. He lied on his application. That's crazy.
They're using that as a precursor because there is no charge, right? It's just saying that he stole public funds, right? It doesn't say that he lied to a government administration or anything like that.
Right.
It's just, I guess what they're trying to do is form charges around him asking for the gold. They probably have something else on him in terms of him potentially leaving or leaking information. And so they said, you know what, let's lock him up.
Right. And get him off the streets and call it a day. Right. Yeah. This is crazy, man. Now, there's one more story, bro, and then I'm gonna pop out of here. It's been 3 hours, man. We gotta call it quits. But it's an interesting story. This is from your place, Breaking Point, right? And this is what they just came out. This is recent in the last, hours or something? 16 hours?
Professor, while we have you, we also wanted to talk to you about the Ukraine war, which grinds on. And as far as I can tell, the front lines are more or less stuck. The Ukrainians have made very effective use of drone warfare, which has helped them overcome some of their manpower disadvantage. We can put D1 up on the screen. There is some concern, and this is a Wall Street Journal article laying out the case, that Putin could expand the war beyond Ukraine, striking inside of Europe. You have also Kyiv has been striking inside of Russia. You've had Russia escalating attacks directly on the city of Kyiv. So just give us a little bit of an update of where the war stands and if you think that this is a realistic possibility that's being laid out here in the Wall Street Journal.
Well, I think you have to separate the war on the ground from the air war. And when I talk about the air war, I'm talking about the strategic bombing where the Ukrainians are using drones and missiles to strike deep into Russia. And the Russians, of course, are doing the same thing vis-a-vis Ukraine. That's the air war. And then there's the war on the ground. There's no question that with the coming of drones, it's very difficult to make rapid progress on the ground. But the Russians are nevertheless making progress in Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine has turned the tide on the battlefield and is rolling the Russians back or will someday roll the Russians back is not a plausible argument. The Russians are winning on the ground, and you want to remember...
This is right. Yo, what is he talking about? This kind of... you said this is right-wing media right here, Breaking Point, right? So they have to push.
No, it's more so bipartisan.
Yeah.
So it gives a nuanced perspective, both left and right, and have you make what of that information that you want.
Okay. So let's
remember this is before the strike. This is hours before Romania's strike.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's just hours before, a couple of hours before. It's true. It's true.
Already conquered roughly 20% of Ukrainian territory, and they're not going to give that territory up. Ukraine is never going to recover that 20% that it's already lost. The only question is how much more territory will the Russians conquer, and they will conquer more territory. So that's the ground war. The air war is where things are getting dangerous. And there, what's happening is that the Ukrainians are using more drones and more sophisticated drones to attack deep into Russia. And they're hitting oil refineries, and they're killing lots of Russian civilians. And the Russians are reaching the point where they're saying enough is enough. and they bombed Kyiv on Sunday night in ways that they have never bombed that city before. They really turned the dogs loose, as I like to say, and they're threatening to do even more. They've warned European countries to remove their diplomatic staffs from Kyiv because they are obviously intending to hit targets that might include those diplomatic installations. But the real worry is that the Russians will hit targets inside of Eastern Europe or even Western Europe. There are voices inside of Russia that say it's time to take off the gloves and to go after targets in Europe because the Europeans are assisting the Ukrainians in these attacks on Mother Russia. The argument, which is quite correct, is that there is no way that the Ukrainians could attack Russia, could attack deep into Russia with drones and missiles the way they're doing now without significant assistance from the West. And if that is the case, we, the Russians, have to attack into the West if they're going to be allowed to attack into Mother Russia. So it looks like there is a serious possibility that at some point in the future, the Russians will attack NATO countries, and that would be potentially disastrous.
Wow. What we've also seen, sir, can we put D3 up here on the screen? I took note of this yesterday. Zelensky, in a new letter to President Trump and to Congress, saying that he urgently needs Patriot interceptors. And in the letter, basically what he says is that they're going under, like you just said, this sustained Russian attack. You have these drones and hypersonic missiles that are now being used by the Russians, which definitely do show an increase in the air war. What should we make of this then from the Ukrainian side? So if the Russians are going to escalate their attacks, then the Ukrainians, I assume, will escalate even further in terms of their drones.
Okay, this dude, right, is said to be a critic of liberal homogeny. So this is where he comes in with his entire take on what's going on in Ukraine. That's why I've been a little shocked by hearing what he says. But it says here, he's been a consistent critic of what he calls liberal homogeny. That's MAGA for you. The post-Cold War U.S. foreign policy characterized by efforts to spread democracy, promote liberal values, and intervene in various global conflicts. He argues that this approach has been counterproductive and has often led to unnecessary wars. So this is a MAGA supporter, essentially. Even if he doesn't claim to be. Look, views on Russia and Ukraine war. Mearsheimer has been a controversial and highly visible voice regarding the war in Ukraine. He has argued that the conflict was primarily driven by NATO and the EU expansion, which he contends antagonized Russia and created a perceived. This is where we started at today. I mean, that's why he's openly lying to people. What he just said is the exact opposite of what's been happening on the ground. What's happened is that in the last month, Ukraine has reclaimed more ground in this conflict than they actually lost. They have more ground than when it started. And the fact that he would be reporting it is, it just made me want to look into this because I'm like, this sounds so familiar, this rhetoric that he's giving. I'm just curious about that. He seems to be laying the groundwork for a justification for Russia to strike Western Europe.
Yes, and obviously this is before the strike in Romania, right? So
right, exactly.
Think about that, right? He's setting the groundwork before this happened, right?
Right, and now he's come. Yeah, exactly. So hours before they hit Romania, he comes out on TV and starts reiterating this same NATO is encroaching for Putin. Basically, I mean, this is crazy. Geopolitical focus. In recent years, he's frequently argued that the United States should prioritize balancing against China, which he views as a most significant long-term strategical threat to U.S. power, rather than getting entangled in conflicts in Europe or in the Middle East. And what did this do? What did Trump do with China? He just totally capitulated. Like, what? I don't get this. Look, instead of, check this out. Look at this. Instead, the United States should prioritize balancing against China, which he views as the most significant long-term strategic threat, rather than getting entangled in conflicts in Europe or the Middle East. You know, it's interesting because this is exactly what Trump said he would do also, right? Trump said the same language, but Trump did the exact opposite. And of course, he moved away from Ukraine, which benefits Putin, and he moved into the Middle East, which he said he wasn't going to do, right? Yeah, I don't know.
While pulling out of NATO, right? Or at least diminishing our presence in NATO, right?
Exactly. So this kind of, to me, it seems like this is on the same side of the coin. The same side of the coin is MAGA. Same side of the coin is Putin. Same side of the coin. Like, there's always this argument that NATO is doing too much. Now, don't get it twisted. NATO is big, and NATO operates in different areas. And NATO's obviously not perfect, because even some of the presidents have said this before. Barack Obama said that activities against Gaddafi was actually, in hindsight, regrettable. Like, that was a failure. That was a mistake in his judgment, right? But how do you claim that NATO is encroaching, and at the same time you send your military to the border of Ukraine, tell everyone that you are not going to invade, that if you think we're about to invade, you are crazy, go to the psych ward, and then you invade? How do you how does this argument still hold water? I'm not getting it.
I mean, it doesn't. And with this current admin, right, they just put out the information and have their base argue in their favor, right? That's what you see on public discourse. That's what you see, throughout, chats and messages and comments, whether that be on Instagram or TikTok or whatever public platform, and then all you have is Trump on his own Truth Social platform continuously giving out that message every single day, multiple times a day, right? We don't have a president who has been as vocal as Trump, and that's probably the only thing that I would give him, even though he's sowing, disinformation and dissemination through his message. His message is consistent. Right? Mm-hmm. And who knows, maybe the admin themselves even sent someone like this individual who's on Breaking Points now, speaking with these Russian talking points. They probably sent him on a public platform to be able to lay the groundwork for something that pallets the current strike in Romania and has people give this perspective because it's the most fresh information they're gaining versus the long-time rhetoric of what we know, how Russia has weaponized things like Wagner to start the war in Ukraine.
It's interesting too because Trump, this is the interesting thing. Putin supported Trump to become the president. Trump becomes the president. Trump tells NATO members that you have to defend yourself and you need to create your own defense capacity. NATO, European nations they already began, but more rapidly to increase their military capacity. So then this guy comes along and says NATO is encroaching. But Trump and Putin are obviously working together. So the whole argument is that if the U.S. was involved, they're big enough to deter Trump. Then we don't have to be involved. They said, and Trump says, no, you need to handle this on your own. Stop coming to us for military help. You need to develop your own weapons. We've been helping you too long. And then they do. And then now the response is, Europe is encroaching. NATO is encroaching. It just seems like it never ends. No matter what the dynamics are, it's always NATO is encroaching. It to me, it's just, man, I just get so sick of this bullshit right here, bro. And look,
we covered it, right?
Yeah, and what's really weird is that when you look at this dude, you might think that he has a degree. And you might think, yeah, he does have a fucking degree, man. This guy teaches this kind of shit. But that doesn't mean it's not total bullshit. Like, sorry, this is like the perfect example of the fucking disinformation and in the media cycle that people have to digest. And this is the perfect example of the disinformation that's being spread, you know, across the globe in the West, you know. Damn, I gotta be careful about this channel right here, bro. Like, Breaking Points, I actually subscribe to them.
You know what I will say is it's meant to give that bipartisan view, right? Like, and I think as an informed viewer, we want to know what these rhetorics are,
what
right?
the right
like,
wingers are thinking. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, we want to know. You know, that was my whole, conversation yesterday. Is we want to know, we want to understand, so that way when we see it, we can identify it.
Yeah.
Right. Just like we went down the Trump Jr.'s current wife, right? We went down that rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
This is meant for us to critically think, right? Not just to consume, but to dissect.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so they'll have far left individuals who identify as socialist here. They'll have, your centrist right and left individuals who they do give a platform to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to the viewer, right? Depending on how educated, because essentially these two co-hosts came from The Hill, right? Initially they were from The Hill. They wanted to discuss topics that The Hill necessarily wanted to stay centrist on, not far left or far right. And so they ended up separating and starting Breaking Points, right? But you will have guests who, again, straddle that centrist right and centrist left, far right, and they'll bring these individuals up. And again, I think, especially viewers in the chat, right? They have you and I, especially you, to be able to do that extra legwork and point out the hypocrisy, point out the right-wing talking points, right? And it goes aligned with what we've been speaking about more recently, right?
And these are Trump's talking points too. That's the crazy thing. This Trump's actual talking point. This is, look, JD Vance's talking points. This is Mark Rubio's talking points. It's the same talking points. And you just have to understand that this is what it is. It's sustained. It's over time. And it is all of that. It's Epsteinish. It's goddamn Trumpian. It's maggish, right? It's anti-immigration, anti-homosexual, anti-women, anti-reality, anti-fucking actual goddamn history, yo. Anti-UN. It's like, yo, man, it is bizarre. It's bizarre, but
first and foremost, it's the neocon, right? Like, it's beyond MAGA, right?
Yeah,
it's the neocon, the neoconservative, the new age conservative talking points dressed up in your old school Republican dress up, right? The George Bush's era of the world, right? When we were going to war in Afghanistan, the Cheneys, right? Yes, these are educated men who have gone through the gambit politically, the Bush gambit, right? They've earned their stripes politically, and now they get their platforms to push the Republican talking points and views, right?
And you know what's interesting too? Bush, right? This guy is the dude for 9/11, right? He's the dude for 9/11. He's the dude for 9/11, right? And then you got this dude, this motherfucker, right? He actually thinks that it's Obama, right? That's involved with 9/11, right?
Obama had big part of 9/11.
Which part?
Not being around, always on vacation, never in the
No, yeah, you're completely right, right? Like,
right? And then on top of it, right, they have this guy. They're so confused that the bottom of the chain MAGA is all in that conspiracy. So you have Bush in office. He's reading the book upside down. He's the one that was kissing fucking Putin's ass in the first fucking place. At the same time, you have Jeffrey Epstein collaborating with Putin inside of the fucking United States of America. And this motherfucker actually thought he was going to get help from Putin on 9/11. They might have had something to do with 9/11. Like, seriously, bro. Like, seriously. I mean, I'm just saying there's definitely a fucking conspiracy there. And it is just remarkable. Obama went completely against Russia. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, when we speak about the free world, right? Like, we are, at
these
least
neocons. This is the neocons, right?
Yeah. When I say neocons, I want the chat to understand this is the appeal to your educated, high net worth Republican, right? Not your low level MAGA, right? And I want to be able, and that's why I bring up things like breaking points, because it's dressed up and targeted towards your higher net worth, higher educated individual, may that be left or right, whoever they choose to platform in that day, depending on the news structure, right? But it's up to the educated listener and viewer to be able to do what we're doing in terms of dissecting that, right?
True.
Because this is not a coincidence that they platform this individual. He
No.
brings up these Russian talking points, and moments later, hours later, we have a strike that is outside of the war zone of Ukraine.
And
This is not a
NATO
coincidence.
territory. Yeah, it's not a coincidence, bro.
Exactly, right?
It's not. You
Because
called
they're
that.
going to continue to push the envelope.
Yo, I give you credit. You called that. You saw that. Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, you're right, bro. You're right. It's that's an interesting timeline, and there's no lie in it. That's the sequence that happened. That's the sequence people watch. You know, the neocon gets out there talking about it's NATO's fault, and you know, and Putin, they're about to launch. What is it? Russia might launch nukes in Europe. You know what I mean? And the rationale behind it, NATO encroaching. And just hours after he says this, Russia hits Romania, a NATO country. You know, so this is what they're doing. This is their movement. This is their activity, their approach. This is how they plan on confronting the future. And I think in the EU, people are pretty prepared for that reality. You know, they know that Russia wants to strike, or they're looking to strike, looking to destabilize, at the very least, continue hybrid attacks, you know, and the EU's getting kind of fed up with it. So, you know, yeah, it's, you know, myself, I personally think it's very simple. Just who gets behind anyone that sends 100,000 troops to the border, tells the world that you have to be crazy if you think we're going to invade, and then you invade. You have to be fucked up in the head to try to defend that person. There's no defending that. You know what I mean? That just flies in the face of any form of caring about a law, caring about a treaty, caring about human rights, caring about sovereign nations, caring about any of that shit. That just flies in the face of all of it. If you back this man up doing that, you don't care about sovereignty of your own country. You don't care about any of those things. So, you see what I mean? Like international treaties, international law. I mean, that was a total violation of it all, you know. But here's the thing. Now, this is the flip side, right? This dude talks about stay out of the Middle East. You shouldn't do that. And Trump said the same thing. He said the same thing the whole time, right? But he does something different, as they all fucking do anyway. But look, peep this game. This is crazy.
Review now with Emily Boyle. Hi, Emily.
Good morning.
Emily, you're starting us off with coverage of Donald Trump and his attempts at getting a deal with Iran.
Yeah, let's start with Time magazine. It has this article here today looking at the Abraham Accords. Now, it explains that President Donald Trump seems to be hinging a peace deal with Iran on Arab nations recognizing Israel. Trump has reportedly reached out to leaders in Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Pakistan, and many others, asking them to sign these Abraham Accords. Now, they're a set of agreements which were developed around in 2020, which look to normalize relations between Israel and Arab countries. Let's have a look at Politico. It's also covering this story here. It says that Trump's demand is being met with laughter, dismissal, and often silence by US allies. In many cases, governments would prefer walking away from mediation rather than risk angering their publics by establishing ties with Israel. Foreign policy also covering this situation as you would expect. There has this article here today, says that the Iran war has remade the Gulf. This article says that the region, quotes, knows Iran has won the war and is therefore hedging its bets, and that countries will not lurch towards any single power. Now, finally, on this story, let's have a look at The Atlantic with this article here today. As Trump struggles to find a solution for the crisis in the region, The Atlantic looks at why Trump keeps getting...
Yo, he missed his son's wedding for this. He missed his goddamn son's wedding for this shit. This shit is bad, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yo, this ain't making no sense at all, man. This is not making any sense at all. Like, it's just, if you're gonna fail like this, why not go to the fucking wedding? I mean, what the hell, man? This is horrible, bro.
It's rolled in negotiations. It says that Trump will try to spin any Iran deal he makes, but that he's actually ill-equipped to gain real concessions.
Next, Emily, artificial intelligence hidden environmental costs is under the spotlight in the paper.
All right, yo. So, listen, man, I got to get out of this place, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks for hopping up again, Michael. Brooklyn, yo, everybody. Brooklyn, Michael is in the house again today. What's up? Give him a round of applause. Thank you so much, my brother, man. You're making this go so smoothly with the information too. Yeah, it's going pretty good, man. What's the deal? What's the deal, Mike?
Thank you. No, I appreciate the chat. First and foremost, I am a viewer of this channel, right? And I appreciate the content you bring, and I'm glad just to be able to contribute on the most basic level.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that so much, Michael. And I'm glad to have you on board, bro. Glad to have you on board. Everybody, yeah, this is what we're going to be doing the rest of the year. We also got fryers, and we also have, don't wait, we have some ladies coming too. So please don't be discouraged. It's not like I haven't been talking about it or dealing with it. And it's only so much time, but it's coming. It is coming. So please stay with us. Do me a favor, click the like button. If you haven't clicked the like button, click the like button. Share the videos. But if you haven't subscribed, well, obviously, if you're in the chat, you subscribe because the chat was closed today. But if you haven't subscribed and you're listening and you're watching from TV, do me a favor. Click the take up your remote, click the like button, and click the subscribe button so you can get the notification when we go live. All right, because things are only getting better. And on that note, I'm going to be out. I appreciate everybody. I will be back in 18 hours from now, right? So mark that. That will be 2:30 Eastern Standard Time, USA, and that will, or America, and that will be 08:30 Central European Time, America. Europe, I'm sorry, Central European Time, America. What the fuck? Central European Time, Europe. Okay, so I appreciate that. I'll be back, y'all. Appreciate it. Fuck Donald Trump. Release the Epstein files and register to vote. Register to vote, y'all. Like, whatever you do, register to vote, please. Catch up with y'all soon.
Can you feel it? Nothing can save you, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Or pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope cry. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work when you do that. It's the type of place where you can where you're at. Just relax, and just hear a dope cry. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work when you do that. It's the type of place where you can where you're at. Entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it vent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills. Cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. If you're a dope track, I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work when you do that. It's the type of place where you can where you're at. Just relax. And you're a dope track, I'm just real nice, everything is real bad. You don't have to do work when you do that. It's the type of place where you can where you're at. Just relax. won't inflate. Just take the buzz, it's much wiser, kid. Fuck the shade and take it to a lower level and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass a shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, need the data unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling people's vision, get blurring. Their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material, hip-hop killers. They more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep to me just relax and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax and just hear and don't cry. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax.
In the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts before working on your motor skills, working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul we're capturing. In this distance, the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it. What? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it.
We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face, like life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked, while we fight over problems we can fix. Industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home. Everybody here, yeah. They don't know, kid. They don't know. But I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie. But I'm gonna say it like I know. blind babies looking for food. Starvation, the recipe, people subdued. When the people you trust got it in for you. Deceit is the word of the day in every crew. Don't let it go, it's from the days of old. Time is up, but some still do not know. Can I make up my mind? Is it worth the dime? Do I have to take a minute just to make it mine? Life's never fair, but don't listen to the TV. Go out and take a listen to the streets with the people in the slums and the homeless bums with degrees and degrees sitting under a tree. It's not easy in the world for the poor man, the one that brought you to reality. See, they don't want you to know about the black sheep. Even 7 roads to the 12 families all around the globe with an ancient code. Is it really asking a lot to say a death old? Cause we sitting on the earth looking back at extinct, and I'm standing on some ground that's about to sink. I ain't scared for a minute, I ain't about to blink, but I documented for the world what I see and think. Feel we on the call and I feel we on the brink. All Congress gonna do is waste paper and ink. Vote or die, you voted and you'll die. You can have it both ways, can't say it's a lie. You can march all you want, but they playing you wrong. They only understand war, it's the same old song. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. War, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest the war. Like the lotus coming out of the mud with colors, I create envy in those with power but jealous. I unify the poor with my song, the hell with the others. Descended the way they treat indigenous brothers. Cause I understand we link forever. They try to hate us even though that we keep it together. I'm not talking about controlling the air or the weather. I'm talking about maintaining the truth, the high endeavor. A rebel drops bombs in the midst of trouble. The free world counterattack and now there's double. But nature gets the shit in a way to settle. If you stop the machines for a minute you might hear, but they won't cause the TV's whisper in the ear. And capitalism has eyes that don't fear, and they cloud up and get crazy and won't steer. And like an ab, it's hard to get an ass to listen. Living like this is like living in prison. It's hard to keep hope when you're living in prison. The spiritual thoughts, so yes, the mental prison. The outside, yes, it's got to get through. Something's gotta die, so something here can live. Your life is nothing if you got nothing to give. Keeping the spiritual, yes, disguised as religion. Controlling your mind, the mental prison. They want war, all they really want is a war. Diversionary tactic to make the big score. The diamonds in the morning, you know they want more, but they wanna keep you low, so they manifest